Oh yeah, she won't even tell you what red
Yeah,
stripe told her.
yeah.
Well, I mean that's the same thing. She won't tell me what RE said
I
generally
know.
either. So
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is. Oh man.
But I know he just didn't miss seeing you because he
Oh,
said he didn't suggest that Ma be here. He said you will be here. Was it kind
Yeah.
of firm? Was it in
I
his
mean,
firm kind of? Was he joking or was it really firm?
well, no, he just was telling me of the importance of it. You know, it's whatever happens is how it's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if I learned anything on this trip, any thought of control other than how I hold myself is so totally uh, non-existent.
no, no, we're not in
You know,
Yeah.
control of anything, are we?
so yeah, it is what it is, and
Yeah.
not always
Well,
easy. This was not an easy trip I just finished, but it was okay. A lot happened that was supposed to happen. All the other stuff I could have done without,
Yeah, at the COVID, yeah, yeah.
but yeah, it
yeah.
didn't work out that way. So
Yeah.
There,
It's kind of compelling how you don't argue with 10, like 10-footer or a 12-footer, especially
or e- or even a
somebody,
9 footer.
yeah, especially as somebody like RS or RE or somebody like
yeah,
that. It's hard to. I mean, I remember the first time I had to mind speak and I started having a little friendly banter, like, oh, I'll go there. Remember the gifting area? I sort of go there later, and they cloak the entire area on me.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was the first time I really had like direct mind speak back and forth. It was kind of like after a few exchanges, I said, wait a minute, this is mind speak, and it was RE can be quite
Forceful.
forceful. Yeah, he was very forceful, and then he said,
Uh-huh.
okay, well you can
and
go there, but
he's never forceful with me. Um, he he just told it it was important that I be
Mhm.
there, and if that holds true, then I'll be there. And like I said, after this trip, I'm here, walking every day, and I'm just leaving it. Cause if you would have told me before I left what all would have happened on this trip,
Oh, you'd have never started.
probably not.
No.
Probably not.
Uh,
Other than Matthew said,
yeah.
you can moan and groan, carry on, but truth is you're going. Well, yeah, I did, and no, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy emotionally or physically or monetarily.
Mhm.
So, but I got home,
Oh,
and
don't worry about paybacks. Other people stepped up and took care of that.
I, oh, I do not know where the money came from for the whole thing.
Mhm.
I know, what people gave me was so special and
Mhm.
it really meant so much to me. But what I was given was not enough. It didn't equate to what I had to spend.
Mhm.
But I had the money.
Mhm.
I was paying for those tires,
Mhm.
and I was going to put this on this and this on that, because I ended up having to put 4 new tires on that van
Did you?
before I got home.
Did you?
And I was going to do a little on this and a little on that, and I was going through my little purse, and I felt something in the bottom, and it was $100 bill. Now I
Mhm.
don't know how that $100 bill got there
Mhm.
at all. because it wasn't there because I had everything out of my purse. But it made a big difference.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
I know they've done it to me on occasion too.
yep, yep.
Yeah.
They've been doing neat stuff with Sue lately.
Have
Like
they?
we're looking, well, yeah, helping out. We're looking for camp chairs and different stuff.
Mhm.
And what else did you get, Sue? Anyway, you're not talking. Anyway, but there were a few things that showed up. There was a camp chair that, she was thinking about camp chairs because we need camp chairs for everybody, for
Yeah.
you, Orla, and for other people. And one day she went down by the bin down there, and there was a perfectly new camp chair just sitting there, just as she was thinking about it, right? And
Yep.
there was something else there too, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like complete confirmation. But this is the kicker. There's this little park area we go to across the road here. And the Sasquatch are in there messing around all the time doing stuff. So are people. It's kind of like it's hard to figure out who's doing what, but we're kind of keeping track of it. So there's a bit of both going on. But anyway, so she went in there yesterday, and she's walking in there. It's only about a 5-minute walk around the entire loop just to check and see if there are any changes or whatever. And she starts thinking about the camp chairs and stuff that she has to get again. So she walked in at about 6:30 in the morning, very, very early. Nobody around at all. Did her little loop and came out the entrance that she had entered in. And there was a brand new camp chair set. Well, not brand new, but perfectly functional, not anything wrong with the camp chair sitting right there at the entrance.
Yeah.
So we got 2 camp chairs now, and we got some other stuff too, but she knows more of the particulars than me, but it's just it just goes to show you how, everything is working together to
It does. Hi, Lee.
Hello.
I saw her for
Everything
lunch
turned out
yesterday.
well. Yeah, that was fun.
That
I
was
can't
fun.
see the camp chair. Okay, anyway. Oh, here comes the star of the show. The camp chairs are stuff there. So we got 2. So you got a camp chair there, Ma.
Okay, that's good to know.
And we also got you. Well, maybe we might have a cot for you or some kind of pad or mattress or something anyway. Something.
A bed of pine cones.
I guess it
Yeah.
depends on if I'm willing to give mine up for you or whatever.
Well, I actually trust RE more than I trust you, Brian.
Well, he's got you a camp chair and some other things so far. So
Hey, Barb.
Hi. Hi, Arla.
did
Hi,
you hear that one,
Carl.
Barb? Were you listening before you came on?
What was that? No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, well, the Sasquatch are helping us get some of the equipment together for the camp out because we got a bunch of people coming that are flying in and, coming from distance and are not going to have like tents and sleeping bags and camp chairs and stuff, right?
So they won't be in tents, huh?
Well, we've got about 4 tents anyway. We got about 4 tents I'm going to put out.
I have a cot if you need it.
A cot?
A spare cot.
Oh, actually,
Needs a
yeah.
new home.
We were just talking about that for Erla.
Really?
Yeah, she needs a cot. So if you could bring that, that would be fine.
I actually have a selection. I have a padded cot.
And and if you got an extra chair or something or whatever.
Okay. I could probably do that too.
I have one of those.
So anyway, I'll just because I just told everybody the story, I'll just really quickly tell you. So anyway, so Sue's been finding a lot of stuff. She's been thinking I need this and that for the camp out, and then suddenly it's there. Like right, not the materialize in front of her eyes, but almost. Like she has a thought, and then by the bin or whatever, there's a perfectly good camp chair. Well, yesterday anyway, so she's going into the woods there, this little area we investigate. It's more her area, to tell you the truth. And Sasquatch are playing around in there. She walks in really early in the morning. It's only a 5-minute loop. And she's thinking, geez, you know, what am I going to do? I'm worried about the camp chairs. And she was thinking specifically camp chair, but you know, we need other stuff too. And now we got a cot, which is good. Thank you, Barb.
You're
But anyway,
welcome.
so she walks in really early in the morning, not a soul around. As she walks out the same way, there's a camp chair sitting right there. Absolutely perfect condition. Nothing wrong with it at
Wow.
all.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it? It's just incredibly amazing. Anyway, sorry for telling that twice, but
Well,
Sorry.
thank you. That's pretty cool. They give you what you need.
absolutely. Yeah, and a lot of that stuff's happening with Sue lately.
Well, I
Good
have a spare
morning.
mattress
Hi.
and
Hi,
a
Lee.
spare really big tent.
Hi,
I
Sue.
can't hear you. I'm just popping in to say hello.
Go ahead. You have a what?
I have a spare air mattress and a spare really big tent.
Well, you know, if it doesn't cause you too much, you know, grief bringing it or whatever, not too much of a burden, yeah, I would say we could probably use it.
You got a dually air mattress and dually tent. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we need a taco wagon for Mr. Beans.
I
Oh,
vote
and one
for
of the-
Taco Wagon.
A taco wagon, one of those aprons, you know,
Oh
with
yeah, that'd be cool.
and the hat. That hat with that big puffy white hat. What are those
Right,
things
he-
called? Baker's hats or something?
He doesn't have a big puffy head, so what you need a big puffy hat for?
That's actually pretty good logic.
Let all the steam out.
Yeah. So, oh, here's Ashley. Okay. Well, I got all your pictures and everything all ready to go too, everybody. So,
Cool.
now I think Kevin might be joining us at 10:30 or whatever, around there. He's got some amazing stuff he wants to share. And I've been trying to get a hold of Penny, but I haven't seen her yet. She hasn't seen it yet. Wow, we got quite the group here. This is going to be like our Christmas show or something.
Well, it is like Christmas, isn't it?
Except Santa Claus
Yeah.
isn't here.
Well, we're missing Rob, yeah.
I have a brand new
Hi,
baby
Sam.
microphone.
Hi.
Oh,
Oh, what do you got now?
Hey,
Another Yeti?
Sam.
Hey.
What kind
hey,
of microphone you got?
Sam.
This is a Samsung G-Track Pro.
Ooh,
Yeah,
giving up on
I-
the Yetis, eh?
something happened to my computer, and I thought my computer wasn't working, so I bought a new thing, and it turns out I was just like I didn't put some button or something. But now I got two. And now I got two Mac. So here's the old one, and then the new one. Both work just fine. Cost me $75 though to find out that I pushed the wrong button.
Well, I'm just changing everybody's
I've
name
had
here.
more expensive buttons.
Oh,
Harla,
Wow.
I saw that picture of the big broken tree. I'm thinking, oh my God, what in the world I mean, that's like lightning, thunder, and hurricanes couldn't do that. You know what I mean? Tornadoes.
it was.
Huh?
It was special because it was out right by Samantha's. And, you know, we had gone out there to just walk the area. And it was, I'm trying to think. Anita had walked there. She had walked over by the river first. I was back behind her and she went, oh my. We looked up and it was like, oh yeah, oh my. That had to be done. There's no way nature could have
They're in
done
the little
that.
mug.
No way. I've never seen anything. What a massive display of power.
I know. I know. It just like snapped like toothpicks and placed. That, it was snapped and placed, which was really cool too.
It looked like a portal, but I think it was just more like
Yeah.
big and strong. I don't know
Yeah.
what he was saying.
Yeah. I didn't feel any extra energy associated with it that would tell me that that was happening at that time. Could it, happen at another time? Yeah. Could I have opened one at that point? It's possible, but I wasn't going there. So I was just enjoying the physicalness of that display, which was amazing.
Unbelievable. Just magnificent, actually. It's awesome
Jack.
what those guys can do. Oh, we're getting live. We're going live. Does that mean we were dead before? No, we're live now.
No, that just means that whoever tunes into my YouTube channel, Sasquatch BC, the true story, / the Pork and Bean Show, will get the bonus coverage. So go over and subscribe. And by the way, if you want a heap and help on the pork and beans, if you're not getting your fair share, go over and join us on Facebook on the Pork and Bean Show. And like I said, join my YouTube channel, and we will accommodate you with all your pork and beans needs there, and a bunch of other really cool content. So hey, everybody, how you all doing?
Good. Hey, Ashley.
So my name is Pork Cunningham, and I'm here with the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Beans. And this is the
Hello,
Pork-
everybody. Pork and beans in the can, pork and beans in the pan. Man, we love pork and beans.
Yes, we do. And we're hoping that you will love your pork and beans today too, everybody. We got a wonderful what a lead in. We've got a wonderful array of guests today. And basically I called it the Barb Shupe Show. And it's gonna be about a lot more than just Barb, but I called it the Barb Shupe Show because kind of like she's the one who kind of brought everybody in this group together, with the Barb Shupe campouts. Or in some way she did, anyway.
We should call her the legendary. The legendary. There you go.
Oh my gosh.
No, you gotta wait till I'm gone for that.
How old are you now? Oh, wait a minute. I get to ask you your age now because there's a legendary borderline. So how old are you?
Old enough to know better, young enough to do it again.
I tried. You remember when Groucho Marx tried to get Jack Benny to tell his age in that skit? Remember that one, Tom?
Yes, I do.
And the eyebrows were when he was looking at him like because it was either he was going to admit his age or he was going to have to give up money. So anyway, so yeah, so we're kind of gathered here today because geez, this sounds like a sermon. We are gathered here today, but we're kind of gathered today because we're
Gathered in the annals of Zoom.
because we wanted to discuss some of the I guess the two most recent Barb and Goldie campouts, which were pretty phenomenal. And we can go.
Three most recent.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I guess I'm not counting the fact that one was two. There was 2 and 1, right?
Well, no, we had May, June, and July.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, awesome stuff happened in May too.
Yep. All right. Well, I guess
So
Ashley's
then
coming on in
it's
a
4
second here.
actually. You count the 2
Whenever
in
2 or more are gathered in the name of Sasquatch, they will show up.
July. Yes.
Okay.
They'll beat you there. They get there before we do.
Well, I got a bunch of your I got a bunch of everybody's pictures lined up, Ashley and Barb, but why don't we get into a little bit of the background first? So Barb, I know we've talked about this before, but why don't you just tell us how the Barb and Goldie, or it was actually Barb and Gabby camp out started, and you know how it started and where it is now, and kind of some of your
Well,
thoughts on it.
It's been about 10 years now, and Sandy and I got together and decided it would be a good thing to gather people for campouts to have Sasquatch experiences. And, you know, here in Greenwater, we were gifting, and, you know, they're very active and very friendly here. And, you know, in the beginning, I kind of worried that, you know, what happens if people come and nothing happens. Well, I don't worry about that anymore. Right from the very beginning, our first camp out, you know, we had activity at a local Forest Service road here in Greenwater. And from there, the second one was when the Cloaker event happened. And, you know, as time went on, we've just developed this relationship of sorts where I believe they look forward to it as much as we do. And now it's 5 times a year I put together these gatherings. We're here in Greenwater in May and in June at 2 different locations where we had sightings and interactions, and it was absolutely amazing. And it just seems like every time we get together, the activity outdoes itself from the time before. And here just a couple of weeks ago, we all gathered over in the Blue Mountains, first in Northeast Oregon. And then we moved about, 15 miles as the bird flies, but 50 miles driving to a new location where we continued our amazing experiences. And now we're going to tell you all about it.
Yeah. So let me get into more detail. First of all, I saw that in action when you came up here. The reception you got from the clan up here was phenomenal. So you are known wherever you go. So, and well loved. So that they proved that there. But so I just wanted to get in delve into a little more detail about how you started up. So what were the kind of like the catalysts? Did you always have an interest? Was it a conversation with somebody? Was it a meeting between some people? How did it come together that you the seed to to actually get the camp out started and stuff?
Well, I had been gifting here in Greenwater weekly. I'd go out and put a pie and apples and things out, offerings. And Sandy, I met her at a local Bigfoot meeting and said, "Hey, I've got Sasquatches, come and hang out." So she came up and she started gifting, and she'd come up regularly, maybe once a month. And she came up with the idea that we needed better equipment. We needed thermal imaging, and we needed parabolic mics and things that were expensive. So in order to raise the money, we decided that the campouts, she would cook for everybody, and we would tack on enough extra money from the food to pay the price of the extra gadgets. So that got us a thermal camera first, which was a good thing and a bad thing. We had fun with it, but the only real purpose that it ever served was to let people know that it wasn't a bear making noise beside them in the darkness. It helped people not be afraid, but it as far as collecting evidence, it didn't do much. And so that's what we did. And somewhere along the way, it went from collecting evidence to being about the experience. And I think we're in the right direction.
Yeah, but I still think even with lessons learned from some of those cameras and stuff, but I think that you still approach it in a respectful manner. So
yeah, well,
you didn't
yeah,
you didn't turn their interest away, obviously. Well,
we started out thinking that they were just another form of wildlife. We didn't know what we know now. Back then, all we knew was that there was these amazing creatures out in the woods, and it was exciting and fun and new. And there was all this fancy equipment out there in the world that was available, and we had fun with it. And we learned a lot of things from the stuff that we used back in the early days. We put out trail cams. And the first one, it took a few pictures of Gabby and then it just stopped working. That was it. So we got another one and we put it out there, and it took maybe 2 pictures of the elk. And then every picture after that was a whiteout picture. So then we put it under a bridge where there was no light would ever hit it, thinking, the sun must be shining on it. Well, it still took whiteout pictures. So, between the gifting and that, well, and also the microphones we'd put out there. The first microphone we put out, you could hear them walking up to it, picking it up, rattling it around, and it was turned off. The second time you didn't hear them walk up, it was just picked up and turned off. And after that, they were just turned off. So, just to be respectful, because at this point we'd figured out there was more to them than just another form of wildlife, so I just stopped putting those things out there. At one point I was hearing some vocals across the road here from the cabin. And I thought, if I put a recorder in my yard, then I'm not intruding because this is my yard. So I just was leaving. I stuck a recorder on the backside of a bench out here where it was completely out of sight. I left for 3 or 4 hours. I came back and it was gone. And I found it on the ground several feet away, turned off and covered in dried mud. And that was the last time I put a recorder out. So, to me, it's like, if I have these things and I turn them on and I'm respectful and I say, hey, look what I've got this and I'm turning it on. I'm going to put it right here. If they want you to have something, they'll let you have it. But, if you go in there and you try to be sneaky and hide things, well, it's just not going to work out very well. They know where these things are. They know what you're doing. They know what you're up to. So, it just, you're not going to get anywhere trying to fool them. Just be respectful, open, honest, talk to them because they are intelligent and they understand exactly what you're saying. So, yeah.
Hey, Barb, what year was this? I was thinking maybe 2012 or 2011 and you started, because you had one of the first channels I ever saw.
My sighting. So I started gifting in 2013.
Okay, so that's
Yeah.
like 10 years ago. That's 10
Yeah.
years of 10 years of friendship with the Sasquatch. That's pretty
Yeah,
worth
that I'm
noting.
aware of. So I
you're
think
aware
they
of,
knew
yeah.
about me before I knew about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what were why don't we go over some of your favorite, we're going to get into the particulars of the last 3 campouts with pictures and stuff. But did you want to recap some of your favorite experiences over the course of the entire history of the gathering?
Oh, wow. Gosh, there's so much. Well,
And I better hear, I better hear
very
George's, I better hear George's name in there. I'm just joking.
yeah.
I'm teasing you.
Okay. Our first camp out that we had, I think there was just 6 of us. And we were up here in the same area that we still go to. And, nobody knew what was going to happen other than, we were just getting together and having fun and we were going to look for Sasquatch. One of the things that I did was I took some apples and I put them, the way that our camp was, it was kind of sloped like this. And then there was a drop off down into the riverbed. But that was overgrown. So there were a lot of little trees down in there. So I went over that edge and I put these apples at the base of one of those little trees. And then I reached up as far as I could and I hung a glow stick. Well, went back up into the little group area where we were sitting around the fire. We could all clearly see the glow stick and I'm looking right at it and it just disappears. And, you lean this way and you lean that way and you ask everybody, hey, where'd the glow stick go? Nobody can see it. Okay, that's interesting. So a little bit later, I get up and I walk over to our kitchen area, which is maybe 30 feet away. And I look over, well, the glow stick is back. Okay, well, I don't know where it went, but it's back. So then the next day I went down there. I was going to hang a new glow stick, check the apples. Well, the apples were untouched. And when I had hung the first glow stick, I had reached up as high as I could reach to get a branch and pulled it down. And the glow stick that was hanging there was not that high. I mean, I didn't really have to reach to get to it. And I thought that was weird, but I wanted it to be higher. So when I put the new one up, I really had to reach for a branch. I mean, I had to get on my toes. So I got up there, I got hold of it and I pulled it. And when I pulled it, this other branch whipped out from behind another tree and smacked me across the face. It was the original branch that had the first glow stick on it. It's what they had done was reach through the tree, grab the glow stick. That's when it disappeared, and they pulled it back and hung up that branch on another tree. And then they took that glow stick and rehung it on another branch so that it looked like it was when we left it, but the original branch was still hung up. So that's what hit me in the face. And I thought that was wonderful. It made me really happy. So that's one of my favorite first experiences from the campouts. And then after that, the very next camp out was when the Cloaker event happened, and that was pretty cool too. And yeah, things have just been awesome. You know, a few years ago, when Goldie was a puppy, we were up here pretty close to that same spot. It was the first camp out that Heidi joined, and you know, we've been friends for 30 years, and I haven't talked to her for a while, so we spent probably 3 hours catching up. It was pretty late, about 2:30 in the morning. And Goldie woke up, and it's like, okay, here we have a 7-week-old puppy. She's got to go out and pee. It's 2:30 in the morning. It's time to go to bed. So I leave Heidi's tent, go out. Goldie squats, pees. I go over right across to where my tent is. My car is right there. And I go back around the back side of my car and I go pee. And I'm thinking, they're watching me right now. I just know it. They're watching, because we'd been hearing footsteps running around the tents and stuff when we were visiting. So I go into my tent. Goldie goes right down into the bottom of my sleeping bag by my feet. I reach over, I turn off the lantern, and as soon as I turn it off, the whole front of my tent just lights up with this brilliant white light. And it's like, wow, okay. It's like somebody's shining a super bright headlight on the front of my tent. And I can see there's a figure standing right there, an upright figure, head, shoulders, arms. And this person is directly in front of my tent. And I'm thinking, I knew they were watching me pee. I just knew it. They were right there the whole time. So then I'm laying there, and the light shifts and it kind of goes up into the trees. The figure disappears. And now I can kind of see, like, there's this. And I'm thinking giant hand, but then, you know, it connects and okay, no, it's just the light has gone up into the branches of the trees, and now it's shining down. The shadow on the front of the tent is the branches. So then the light shifts again, and it goes down, and it's just this little light in the corner of the tent. And right in front of me, just like right here, just this portal opens and closes inside my tent, just right there. And it's a view into like somebody's living room somewhere, where there's a brick fireplace and 2 brown couches on either side. There's a fire going. The light is dim. There's nobody there. And you know, I don't know if it was just another place or maybe another time, because it didn't look particularly, you know, fancy or anything. It was a very rustic fireplace.
Was there any feeling or memory connected to it?
No, nothing was familiar about it. But you know what? Every now and then I'll be, you know, looking through a magazine, or I'll see a commercial on TV that shows a scene of a fireplace with a couch on either side. And it just comes right back into my head, like it was just happening again. Even if it's, you know, like, you know, just some home and garden magazine where there's all flowers and it's beautiful and everything, just the configuration of those 2 couches with the fireplace just brings it right back. It was that powerful, but it was so fast, you know. I think it was just that they were showing me what they could do, you know, that this happens. It was just something to see. Well, and then after that, I'm still laying there, and I'm looking in the top of my tent, and there's like this silvery mist that's just kind of swirling around, and it would stop and it would form a face, and then it would swirl and it'd form a face. And it did that for, well, I don't know how long, until I fell asleep. I just laid there watching this silvery mist. And I've had the faces in my eyes before in my tent, you know, when you're laying there trying to go to sleep, and it's almost like a slideshow of faces on a black background, to the point where I've thought to myself, well, I'm never going to get to sleep at this rate. But this was the first time I actually got to like see it in the top of my tent. So, and I can still picture those faces, you know. Some of them were very apish. Some of them were more human. One looked like it was not apish at all, but still no forehead, the very prominent brow and a very prominent nose and a prominent jaw, but not apish at all. You know, so I don't know if they were, you know, just different kinds of people or different kinds of Sasquatch or what exactly I was seeing, but I feel like I was being introduced, just, hey, here we
Wow,
are.
really,
That's
that's
amazing.
that's really
Yeah.
interesting because the same exact phenomenon has happened with Sue, my friend Randy Barnes, and my friend Laurel Conrad. They've had the same thing where the faces come in and out, and they said the same thing, like there was an introduction, like it was
Yeah.
hi, how here we are, what how are you, kind of.
And the portal, well,
Exchange.
the portal's outstanding. You're talking about major paranormal things, the portal thing happening, seeing into another realm, which of course, in my mind, I'm thinking the Sasquatch got nice digs on the other side. They got a, fireplace and, but, but, and then to get the slide, to get this, they apported to you a vision of their faces. So you have a portal and an apparition,
And the right figure. And when we did the recreation of the shadow of the figure, we couldn't come up with a light that was bright enough, but to make a shadow that crisp, they were like inches from the outside of the tent wall. So there was somebody literally there outside too.
So that's either a manifestation of the great white soul, or it was an ET or something that's definitely not normal.
No.
No.
It's
Well, I mean,
usually when you get that kind of light, it's more than like a light that we could turn off or turn on. It's a light in the sense of it being more than the sun or a light bulb or anything else. It is greater than that. And the energy around it also is going to be different than if someone had just turned a light on. And that's like with what I call their heart light. For people who have ever seen that, that's definitely more than the biggest lumen spotlight in the world. It's not even like a light that we could turn on. It is a light of the light.
That makes sense.
Did you say a light of the light, right? That's what you
Yes.
said?
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's the light.
Yes,
Yeah.
literally.
The light of all lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you were saying your story there, Barbara, I was thinking, it's not dissimilar to using the same kind of science or advanced understanding of energy and projection, and like I've said, giving you any visual, audible, or sensory perception that you want. It's not unlike the time when I was laying in my room and I saw a movie playing right in front of my bed, complete with the little sprockets from the old reel-to-reels or whatever. It's
wow.
It's like they can give I don't think it's any different than being in your head and introducing themselves that way, or what I saw. It's the same principle. And what I saw was a Sasquatch walking across just walking across in front of a forest scene and just kind of look back like Patty or whatever. But it's amazing how they can. I mean, those are really advanced abilities.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you see things, things are happening in your eyes. And when you're in a dark tent, it's hard to say, is this up in the tent or is this in your eyes? So you just pull the sleeping bag up. And if you can't see it anymore, it's in the tent.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And plus, there's not really any doubt. Maybe, trying to describe it to somebody.
Yeah.
There may be some doubt in the people that didn't experience it, but when you've experienced it, there's not much doubt. And like I said, Sue and Laurel and Randy all had the same thing, and it was just amazing. And they all said exactly what you said. That was just sort of like they were just coming in and out, fading in and out, one after another. And
most like
it was some kind of introduction or acknowledgement or something, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
like trading cards,
Yeah.
like little trading cards.
And you're basically meeting all of those who have been a part of your life, whichever life it was. There is this soul review that can happen, which is very much like that. And and it's not only with a Sasquatch, but it's with elders, it's with Star Nation people, it's with many that are here with us that a lot of the times we don't acknowledge or know. And so when that review comes through, it's magnificent. That's the only word that I can even attach to it that would come close to what it is.
Mhm. Yep. Magnificent. That's a perfect way to say it. And it when that light came, it was so bright that it made the rain fly, it made everything disappear. And
Yep.
I don't know what, if it was an orb out there or a ship or somebody's heart that was just floating around glowing. I don't know how it worked, but when it came back through again a couple days later, it just kind of came and went over my tent. I don't know what it was, but it was beautiful. It was magnificent, literally. It made it like it was daylight outside. It was so brilliant. Yeah.
You would almost have to call that a blessing. Those kind of things, once in a lifetime kind of things, that may not ever happen to you again. But when it does, you have to take it as a blessing. It's like,
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
there's another thing going on out here. You know?
Well, and I already had Goldie down in the foot of my sleeping bag, my little 7-week-old blessing. She was so special just having her there that, I've always wondered if there was a connection between her being there and what happened. That was, I feel like maybe, they were coming there for her, not to take her, but maybe to honor her or just to acknowledge her. And
You both think of the love that you were emitting with her being there with you.
oh yeah.
That kind of love pulls in so much to us that it opens up the energetic vibrations around us, and that radiates out. And when you radiate that kind of love out, it's going to come back.
Oh, it did. It did.
Waiting
We're
for it to
still
come in.
radiating.
Okay, why is it that when I try to get a word in edgewise, when I really want to say something, I can't do it? And when I'm doing something like transferring Floppy Joe's pictures so we can show them, suddenly it's just my worst nightmare. Everybody goes quiet. And I have to, I have to get
quiet.
I have to get back there and say,
You gotta learn how to juggle, man. You gotta learn how to
it's
juggle.
like, oh no, they're quiet again. Now I got to go back there. And
Can you guys see
Anyway.
me? Can you guys see me, hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
Hi, Ashley.
we can. Why don't you go into some more of your favorites, Barb, because those two are amazing. Ashley, you could step in there with some of your favorite things too, other than the last couple, because we're gonna do the pictures and whatever with them. But go ahead, girls, while I get Sloppy Joe's pictures ready.
Okay. Well, another awesome experience was when we were in the Blues. This has been 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Everybody was going to go out and watch the sunset one night. So we went up onto the hill above camp, and I was just right behind him, so I didn't actually see it. I wasn't there for it, but everybody got to see the sunset. And then believe from what I recall, Courtney turned around and went, "Oh, look at the Sasquatch up on the hill." So everybody turned around and got to watch the Sasquatch walk across the hill. And just in case not everybody had a good look, he turned around and walked back again. And we went up the next day and found where he'd been standing in the bushes and did our recreation. And it turned out he was around 12 feet tall. And then that same night, we were sitting right there by the fire, and there was just a few of us, and we were very deep in conversation. And there was a stick snap, and just in the darkness beside us, and that got somebody's attention. I think it was Courtney again. And so we stopped talking, and then I heard a stick snap. So that was over this way. That got us all to turn around and look. So once we all turned around and looked, we got to see the beach ball sized orb just kind of slowly floating up through the treetops above the spring. And he just kind of stopped in the top of this one tree. And it's like, well, is he peeking at us? It's like, well, we could still tell he's there because he's a big light, but he's just kind of hanging there, and we're looking, and he's there. And then he just kind of floated on out the other side of the tree, and then he took off and he was gone. So it was another experience where, they wanted to make sure we all had a good look, and we did. And so that was pretty cool. That was a favorite experience. There was another time that we were there at that same place, sitting around that same fire pit, when between the two buildings that were there, there was like a bump and a rub on one of them that got our attention. And we turned around and looked, and about a minute later, there were two bigger than tennis balls, white, yellowish tinted white eyes turned on right there. And this time I actually had the wherewithal to go, "Hello, thank you for joining us." Because the last time that happened, I just looked at him and went, "Well, I'm going to go sit with everybody over there and look for eye shine." And I just kept walking. So this time I said hello, which is a big improvement. So, but that was another favorite experience from a camp out. How about you, Ashley? Are you still there? Do you have any favorite experiences to share?
Every single one of them.
Okay.
I definitely want to reiterate what you said, where every single camp out, it's like, how can it get bigger? How can it be more profound? How can I be changed that much more drastically? And it's consistent with every single camp out. It gets even more. There's even more every single time. And it's not just like, oh, here's a phenomenal experience. It's like, oh, wow, there's this phenomenal healing that's happening within me because I'm evolving through these experiences that are being offered. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that too. With favorite experiences, I think that definitely at the top of my list are orbs inside of camp and inside the tents and on the outside of tents, and what comes with that. And Arla, you are so correct in the way that you describe this light. How do you describe a heavenly light? How do you describe something that is outside of the realms and capability of mankind and even kind of third dimensional nature? It is outside of that. It is bigger. There is emotion and memory and knowledge that is transmitted with that light. So how do you describe that when you're having a visual, when you're having a meeting on that type of level with something that's presenting itself to you in this particular shape, in this particular formation, which is most likely for your benefit, not, for your brain to explode, because we're still in this third dimensional physical body and reality. and we're intermingling with things that and beings and concepts that are not within this reality. So we're meeting with that, and we're doing so in these particular forms. There, I've been researching a lot of different things, and one of them was with the depiction of Moses when like he came back down from the mountain, that he had horns now. You guys know about the depiction of Moses, or the talk of Moses having horns?
Well,
I don't.
that sounds cool. Why don't you tell us a story?
So I think it was like, getting the commandments, coming back down, and then all the people saw Moses with horns coming out of his head. And the translation of that word, it can literally mean like a physical horn, or it can mean beams of light. So when you're thinking of like a human coming in contact with God, or like, this ultimate high expression, and then coming back down and having beams of light coming out of their head, like that's how transformative these connections can be. It can change us physically into bodies of light. So I find it really beautiful how particularly the orb shape is given to us as kind of like, I mean, it's a shape that holds all shapes. There's so much connected to the spherical shape, and then the expression of light, and that this is kind of like a medium that we can work with, because maybe if they were going to come to us in the totality of who they were, we'd start growing horns through the interactions. So
I agree.
How about Lee?
Horns of light.
Since you've
Yeah,
been,
it's like anytime if you're just a regular being and you hang out with higher beings, you pick up the juice. You get
Yeah,
you know,
you do.
you pick up the
Yeah.
juice somehow.
Yeah, you
so I was
do.
gonna ask Lee. So you've been hanging out with this group for what, about a year now, and you've gone to
Yeah.
a lot of campouts. So, and you authored a book about communication with dolphins that we found out through talking a little bit between ourselves. Very little, but you didn't have to talk much to realize that it's kind of like the same kind of connection as the Sasquatch have with each other, and they have with us, and it was really revealing that way. And so it kind of opened avenues of thought for you that covered the topic that you were writing about, the dolphins that was occurring within another species and between species or whatever. So that was pretty cool. But I wanted to ask you, so you went in obviously with an open mind, but an open mind with a lot of space to fill with knowledge or whatever. So what has happened to you, in your journey since you've been going to the campouts, and since you've met Tom and people like that?
Yeah, I would like to think I had an open mind, but man, I'm not sure I did going in. It's just been blown so many times, and then I'll just, yeah, it's almost like it expands and then it closes again and expands, and so maybe each time it's expanding a little bit more. But the
Yeah.
fingerprints inside of my locked car, that's pretty mind blowing to me. So I'm still working on that one.
That happened to Arla and I back in Oklahoma. We were
Yeah.
at the Honobie conference and staying in a cabin. Got up in the morning to return to the conference. Got in her car, and there on the inside, it was it's very humid back there, and the inside of the windshield was just a mass of water actually, and in that water on the windshield, in the condensation, were these fingerprints. And so, yeah, and inside of a locked car.
And
had-
they love that. They love, I don't know how many people I've talked to through the years and my own experiences, how they just do things inside a locked car. So it does make you think, and I know for you, Lee, and everything that you've been going through and how you've grown, it's just one more thing for you to try to wrap your mind around it. You know it happened. You see it. This is a physical something I'm looking at. But that was locked. Now, nobody's supposed to get in my car if it's locked, but that doesn't apply here.
Well, like
No.
my hockey, like my hockey card story. I had my hockey card in the car that got in there and got it out.
Yeah, and things turning up missing that shouldn't be missing. I mean, I'm questioning my sanity anyway. So yeah, it's really I don't know, they're like pulling on threads in my brain or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the little
I
tricks
think
of moving
they
with
did a
moving.
signature in
What's
your
that?
car, the sunroof. I think that there was more than one, and I think that they like left signatures because it's like they all reached in and touched the sunroof on the inside, and there were different sizes, and it's like there were big prints and then there were little prints, and somebody just like took two fingers, went here and here and here, and so it was almost like a game for them. It's like everybody took a turn. Hey, let's all go touch the inside of the sunroof on Lee's car. Oh, and it's locked, so she's really gonna like this.
So then what are your impressions a year in, Lee? Where do you think you're being led, and what do you think's going on?
Well, I
You
think
know-
I'm being
Okay, go
I-
ahead.
I feel like I'm being led farther and farther out of the matrix, which really is important to me, to see the world that is there, not the world that is I'm supposed to see or put in front of me. You know what I mean? By the
Yeah.
general narrative of, the society. So, and, little people are starting to come in, fairies are starting to come in. Arla said, I was in my tent and Arla walked by and she's like, Lee, you've got glyphs out here. So I, get out of my tent and there's this little tiny glyph, just tiny, made out of pine needles from the fairies. And it was really beautiful. And a little while, it had a little heart in it. And a little while later, she said, take another picture of that and see if it's changed. And it had. They left a little tiny flower. And right beside that was a glyph from the Sasquatch. They left a cross, not an X, a cross, which I think is really interesting. And Narla said that for me means to have faith in yourself, which means way more to me than the Christian cross. I'm not religious in any way. So that was really meaningful, to have faith in myself and all these thoughts I'm having and all these things that are happening and what's opening up. I don't have to, but choose to have faith in that.
That's amazing. Wow.
Cool.
All in one small year, eh?
It's
Yeah.
been 2 years.
No, it's been about a year and
Year.
3-4 months.
Yeah.
And my fear, I have to say this, I was terrified last year, camping in the Blues mainly. And then this year, I'm sleeping out under the stars.
Yeah.
No fear.
I told you would grow.
Yeah. It's amazing how with the people that they want to connect with, they really like the first couple of years are intense.
Mm.
Like really like just like whoa, like almost like you're gonna go to your mind in a way.
I'm
But
still,
I mean, it helped that you're not in your proper mind to begin with, so kind of like it was fine by me, but it's pretty intense,
Yeah.
and I can see this
Yeah, I
happening with
remember
you.
your first couple of years, Brian. Oh, do I remember your first couple of years?
Well, there's some pretty wild stuff going on, like with everybody's experiences, right? Like this is not normal every day talking to Joe at the garage fixing your radiator stuff.
No, but
Fixing your what?
this
Radiator.
is the normal life.
Do
This
people fix
is
radiators
the
anymore?
real. Yeah, this is the real life. That other is just a facade that
Yeah.
we watch in this third dimension. What we're all talking about is the real world.
Yeah.
Yay! It's so much more interesting.
Sam, are you telling me they don't fix radiators anymore?
we fix radiators.
What did I say? Radiator?
Yeah.
Radiator.
Well, it's the A thing, the Canadian A and the American A. Like we say A, you say and A, A.
Except with radiator, because we say radiator.
He listens,
Yeah, but I say radiator.
he listens to a radio too.
I don't know, Tom. You're breaking up quite a bit. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know if I'm saying it. Am I saying it wrong, or is it just the pronunciation between nationalities, whatever? Anyway, Tom, you're frozen. You might want to say.
It's the pronunciation. I'm having some. I'm having some internet problems, so I may freeze from time to time. One thing that I wanted to mention, though, talking about interesting events at camp. A few years ago, we were at one of our camps, and Sam, who's no longer with us, unfortunately, was she playing or was she just drumming? I don't remember which, but she was standing there, and I had several pictures. And then she donned this Native American mask, a wooden mask, and the orbs that formed around her were absolutely fantastic. In the midst of 1,000 of them. And I have a picture of that somewhere. I was looking for it the other day and couldn't find it. But then with my file system for photographs, it's not an uncommon occurrence. It'll show up here one day again, and I'll move it to somewhere where I know where it is and then forget where that was. Anything that relies on my memory is suspect at best.
You
But
got
that
the same
was so
you got the same filing system as me, eh?
Yes, yeah. Actually, mine's more advanced than yours, but only that more than yours. Not up to anybody else's. But yeah, that was such a fantastic thing to watch happen. She put that Native American mask on, and those orbs just materialized. And like I say, do you remember that, Barb?
I do remember that. Yep.
Yeah.
I think she was playing flute.
It might have been flute. Yeah. I
Yeah.
can't remember what it was that she was doing, but she was performing doing something. And yeah, I kind of forgot about everything else when I saw that happen.
Yep, that was right up here at our favorite spot here in Greenwater.
Right.
Yep.
Sloppy Joe, do you want to, because sometimes you just say, hey, I got to skip out now or whatever, and then we don't get to talk either. So, did you want to pipe in with some stuff?
Well, I am at work, so I will have to probably sneak out in about an hour or so. But
that's why I said let's get you in here before
yeah. Well, just like on the little jokes that they play on us, the little pranks and stuff. It's like they play like 4D pranks on us. So it's like jokes, but they just add this other element to them that you're like, what? Like, so just like help break us out of the box of thinking in that 3D state, And that's there's so much of that at these campouts, and they're so like individualized to each of us that it's like, I don't know. That's probably one of the funnest things of it, and it just makes it so lighthearted. It's not scary. It's not intense. It's just like you just kind of. I just laugh and shake my head
Yeah.
all the time. You know, like
Yeah.
because it's like it just goes up a level. It'll start off one way, and then something else will happen, and you're just like, okay, I got to sit with this for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. And of course, you know, I mean, you know, you realize, of course, too, and obviously you do, that, you know, it's just not the pranks. There's always some kind of lesson or something. There's some kind of insight into them and who they are and their abilities with all of these things, right? Or there's some kind of lesson involved in it, which is pretty cool. It's so detailed how they teach.
Yeah.
Do you have any experiences at the oh yeah, you have some pictures. Did you want to, maybe we'll get into some of your pictures right here, Sam? Because like you said, you are at work and stuff, right? So I'm gonna bring your pictures up. Just you guys talk amongst yourselves for a second while I bring them up.
I'd like to speak on their humor. It's probably one of my most favorite aspects of who they are.
Oh, yeah.
Because and it's interesting to kind of like look at their humor compared to humans' humor. Humans, a lot of times will just kind of go down the route of mean humor and to where someone else is being negatively affected within the exchange of humor. And I've never seen that with the Sasquatch. Their humor is 1000% pure and loving. And it's a higher level to where everybody gets to enjoy it. And there's not one person who doesn't. So.
Yeah.
Excellent point.
Wow, that was an amazing point. Maybe I better start looking at my condescending ways. But how am I going to talk to Tom? How am I going to talk to Tom though if we're not like criticizing each other? But yeah, but you're right. That's a great, amazing point. That's an amazing point. Wow.
Yeah, but Brian, we can do it because we know what the other one means.
Yeah, well, we can do it because when we do it, usually we're the only ones who understand what we're talking about.
Exactly.
So it doesn't really matter. Okay, here we go, Sam. It looks like you got your foot inside the a tractor. So you're feeling the energy or something there? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, and I was just showing it as a reference point of the size. That was actually from the last night at camp, from this past trip in the Blues. That one. So that night, I laid out in the stars, or I laid out and watched the stars for a while that night. I actually intended on sleeping outside that night. And so I was laying back in my chair and just staring up at the sky. I kept dozing on and off for a few hours probably. And then I had to use the bathroom. I had to pee. So I got up out of the chair and I went over to use the bathroom by this tree. And I heard something, like I heard something to my left, and I looked over to my left and I couldn't see anything because it was a new moon that whole time we were there. So I couldn't see anything. It was just pitch black. And then all of a sudden I just heard like stomping and all sorts of noise. And then it just, whatever it was that was right there, like took off up the hill, and then it started huffing and stomping and kept huffing. And that, I don't think that was, to me, it was a really pissed off mule deer. And the thing that caught me off guard was how close it got to me without making any noise. Like Sasquatch, I'm used to that, but this was, and also while it was stomping, it was also making this noise that sounded like a hiss. And it was pitch black. So in my head, I was like, oh, is that a cougar? Because when cougars get really mad, they'll stomp their paws and hiss and stuff. And so me not being able to see what was going on, I was like, okay, well, this is not cool. And I lost my nerve for the night. I was like, still in the back of my head, not really knowing what it was because I was half asleep. I was like, well, I'm just gonna go in the tent because that nylon's gonna keep me safe, you know. And so I went in the tent, and up the hill it's still huffing. And while I'm laying there listening to it huff at me, I'm like, okay, that's a mule deer. I'm pretty sure it's a pissed off deer. And so anyways, I fell asleep. And then about, I don't know, a little bit later, maybe an hour, I heard something else come down the hill. And this time I heard it come up to the tent, and then I fell asleep. And I don't remember any of this, but Dublin said, Dublin's my son, and he was in the tent with me. He said he heard something come up into camp, started messing around with our firewood. He said he thought he heard it cough, and then it kind of stood by the tent a minute, and then it went back down the hill, or he just said it left. And so that morning I went to go down to the cabin, and when I was walking out, I saw this print, and it was just a little over 14 inches. And so I just put my foot in it to show it. But so I think that whatever came the second time was someone coming to check our camp out. And I don't know, maybe the mule deer thing was to get me in the tent so that I wasn't in the campsite when they were coming down the hill. I don't know, but
Could be, yeah. Yep. Okay.
yeah. So this was left on my vestibule floor the second night. When I got up that morning, or the next morning, this was sitting there, and it's I believe it's like the top of a pine cone.
It's a cone, yeah.
Yeah. And I just saw it, and instantly I was like,
Oh, wow.
wow. So yeah.
It almost looked like a brooch or something, It looked like it's some jewelry or some kind of
Right.
ancient artifact. That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I have that. That's now sitting on my my puja, my prayer table.
So what did you make of it?
I don't know. It wasn't definitive. There wasn't anything definitive that came to me. Honestly, I felt star person connection to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But nothing definitive.
Looks like an African mask to me.
Yeah. It looks like a
Yeah.
ceremonial mask.
Yeah.
Is what it made me think of when I saw it.
Yeah, I definitely got some kind of like shamanic or ceremonial
Yes.
vibe to it. But
Yep.
yeah, so that was cool
very
because it was
cool.
the vestibule floor was completely clean except for that. That was the only thing on it.
Wow. Oh, that's where you found
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. So there was a little bit of dirt and stuff, but that was it, just sitting right there. That was what I
Now,
saw.
do you have a memory of seeing it not there and then it was there, or you just saw it?
No, it was just there.
Okay.
Because I cleaned I make sure that's clean every night before I go to sleep, you know. And that was the night.
So it
wasn't
wasn't,
there when I
sorry,
went
so
to
it's, oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, because I make sure that's clean. And that was the night that I slept that whole night like a baby. I didn't wake up one time that night. And it was just there when I got up.
Interesting, yeah.
What is that? Is that on a rock or is that on sidewalk? What is that?
No, so on my tent, the vestibule, which is the part that zips up, kind of covers the door where you can put things outside of your tent. I have a little canvas floor to it. To keep
Oh, it's
things
like
from getting
like a
dirty.
rug, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
All righty. Let's look at the next one.
Sam, have you looked at where it's placed? What the area right around where it's placed? There are some significant things there, and even out a little ways from it.
All right, I'll have to look at that. You know that I'm bad at noticing little things like that.
So yeah, there's more to that placement than, it's just there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, usually there's a bunch of subtleties that the deeper and deeper the understanding you get, the more you notice, I guess you could say, but
Yeah.
Usually,
And they're
yeah,
working with
usually
me on
it, yeah, usually it's just way more than just this image or this object placed
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There will be a relationship to what's around it and stuff.
That's
Or
also
can
true
be.
with crop circles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's, yeah.
The landscape tells deeper sides of the stories.
Yeah.
Yeah. Indigo taught me the fine art of subtlety many
Yeah.
years ago over a month period of changing a glyph to minuscule almost
Yeah.
movements. And since that time, I tend to see more that's subtle than I see sometimes right in front of me.
Yeah. They've been working on that with me a lot, because trying to notice the subtleties of everything. Oh yeah, I'll have to look at that one over again.
Yeah. The subtleties, that's where all the big stepping stones and the subtleties. You noticing the little things.
Oh yeah. Jokes too, and the pranks also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was walking along this trail. I don't know if this, I was thinking, does it apply to this? I'm not sure. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you can decide. But anyway, it was cool. Maybe it applies. But maybe it was the subtleties that I noticed leading up to it that got me to where I knew what was going on, I suppose. Anyway, so I'm walking along looking for this spirit stump along the trail. It's a long ways in, right? And I'm not finding it. And I'm thinking, dude, where is that thing? It was actually like a wolf stump, beautiful wolf spirit or whatever was almost looked like it was part of the stump, or the stump was part of it. And I'm walking along and I'm thinking, all of a sudden I just start thinking, I wonder where it is. Maybe I passed it. I was just thinking, maybe I just passed it. And then as soon as I thought that, there was a glyph right on the ground, right, that caught my notice. That got me thinking about it, right? I looked over to my right beside that glyph, and there was the stump I was looking for. So I don't know if that I don't know if that I guess it's all kind of connected in a way, but
Yeah, it is. It is.
But just yeah, they just never cease to amaze me.
Yeah. Yeah. And then did you get those last two pictures I sent?
Oh, yeah, I think I did. Okay, maybe I didn't get them in the loop. I thought I did. Keep going on. Tell us some more experiences or something, and I'll look again.
Okay. Well, at the June camp out near Greenwater, so there was one day where it kind of rained the whole night, the night before, and then the next day it was kind of cool and misty and damp, and we spent a lot of time in camp that day. Well, that was the day, I think that was the day that Ralph brought Tom back. And so I was standing there, and this was subtle, but it was really cool the way this happened. And I had never met Ralph. And so yeah, that's one of the pictures. That's a different story actually, but I'll get to
Yeah,
that
go
one.
ahead, tell your story, and we'll just keep this
Okay.
on pause,
on
hold.
So yeah, I'd never met Ralph before, and we had kind of chatted briefly, and he said, hey, do you want to go up the road a little bit to the bridge? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? So we walked up the road, we went to that bridge, and we were looking at the water, looking at some there was a bird there, and he was telling me about the bird. And so we talked for a little bit, and we start coming back to camp. We're walking back to camp, and we see Sue down in Sue and Brian's and Kathy's camp, and she was cooking something to eat. And so she comes up, she says hi, we're talking, and she says, she was telling us that while she was cooking, that there was some sticks and stuff breaking in the woods near her, and she got the feeling that somebody was there. And so she was like talking to them, and so we were like, oh, that's cool, and just kind of chatting a little bit. So then we walked back to camp. So we walked back to camp, and we were standing by like the coffee and snack table, and I was talking to Ralph, and the way that I was looking in the direction of Brian and Sue and Kathy's camp. And that was like towards the road. And then there's another little camp area right there. Well, while I was looking at Ralph and he was talking to me, out of the corner, like right behind him, about, I don't know how far it was. I want to say like maybe 80 feet or so away, I saw something move. And so I just moved my eyes over. I only had to move like a little bit over. And when I looked over, I saw, stepping off the road, I saw a gray Sasquatch person that kind of materialized out of nowhere. Took one step off the road, took another step, and then dematerialized again into nothing. It was just like, came out of nowhere, one step, another step, and then gone into nothing. And it was like a medium gray color, really cool. And I just kind of sat there and like was like, just, you know, it just, no matter how many times you see them, when you see one again, you're like, you're always just taken back by it. And if I wasn't looking in that direction, talking to Ralph, I wouldn't have seen them. It was just, I just happened to only have to move my eyes like a millimeter over, and it was right there. And so I got Barb, and Barb went over there and we reenacted it and got a measurement and everything. She got a video of that. It's pretty neat. And then, so later that day,
How
I'm kinda
tall?
blowing through.
How tall?
How tall was it, Barb?
Under 8 feet, about 7.5, I think.
Okay.
7, 6. Yeah.
And so, yeah, like later that day, I was walking around in the woods behind your campsite, like along that river, along Brian and Susan's campsite, along that part of the river. And I was walking, and I just felt like somebody was there. And so I just asked them, because I assumed it was the same one that I saw. So I asked them, you know, like, when you, what did I say? I was talking out loud to them. I said, so when you can materialize and dematerialize that fast, I said, do you mainly walk on the plane higher than us, like a higher plane, and then come down to our plane? Or do you walk between the two so that it's easier to move between our plane and the higher planes? And I didn't receive an answer at first. And I was standing there looking at the river, just watching the water go by. And then I got this feeling that I needed to take, like, I looked over to my left and there was 2 trees, and it was kind of like this, you should move down there, you know? So I like walked down maybe, I don't know, 6, 8 feet to my left. And I was standing next to this alder tree that was hanging over. And I was looking across the river, and there was 2 trees, and there was like 2 trees like this. And I heard the answer is in front of you. And I was looking at the 2 trees, and there was a tree branch from the alder tree that I was standing next to that was leaning over, and it was pointing. So if these were the 2 trees, it was pointing right between the 2. And so to me, that was the answer. And I was like, it just made me smile. And I was like, okay, thank you. You know,
Love that.
yeah, that was a really cool experience.
I love that, how I love that kind of stuff. How you have a thought or a question, and they will give you the answer either immediately or shortly after, or sometimes it'll take a while, but it generally seems to come. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a perfect
Yeah,
example of that,
So
man.
they
That's
walk
great.
between the worlds is what they're saying. They walk between the worlds.
Right.
Yeah, like they walked
Realms.
between. Yeah.
Wow,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
really cool.
Amazing. So
That makes you an expert now.
you you can share more if you want, or do you want me to come back to you in a bit?
Whatever you want. I have like 2 more stories, and then I'll let everybody
Okay.
else talk,
Okay. Well,
but-
you know what? Yeah, actually, you know, you're the guy working, so let's hear them, and then we'll move on to Beef, because Beef's got some stories that he shared with Penny, who I couldn't get a hold of for some reason, and also Arla, and then I had a small part in that too. So we'll go there next, but let's hear the rest of what you want to share.
Okay. So yeah, we'll finish up with the June camp and the last 2 pictures that I sent you.
Oh yeah. I got them ready.
Okay. So this one involves Arla also. She wasn't even there.
Well,
She was there in spirit.
they all involve Arla in some way, right?
Yeah.
If
So
you go back to the seed.
yeah. Yeah. So on my drive up to camp onto the June camp in near Greenwater, I got a message from Arla, and all it said was like, watch for the color red or look out, or no, sorry, yellow. It said look out for the color yellow.
All right.
And I was like, yeah, and I was like, okay, and that was it. And so, I had to look out for yellow the whole week, and that was it. So there's no clues other than that. So you don't really know what to expect. Brian was wearing a yellow shirt one day, and so I was trying to figure out if I was supposed to watch out for Brian.
He
So,
bears watching.
No. Pay me a monetary stipends, I think is what it was saying.
oh, sorry.
An offering?
Yes, pay an offering. So anyways, I didn't really know what to look for the whole week, so I'm just kind of like paying attention to yellow or anything yellow. And so one of the nights it rained pretty hard, and my tent was underneath some Douglas firs, and the raindrops coming off the Douglas firs were really loud, hitting the top of my tent, just like pop, 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 like all night long. It was really loud. So I had to dig through one of my bags and find a thing of earplugs. So I got my earplugs, and it was probably like 4 a.m. I just gave up, and I was like, I'm putting my earplugs in. So I put my earplugs in, went to sleep, got up the next morning, put my earplugs back up, because I don't like wearing earplugs, especially when I'm camping, because I like to be able to hear everything around me. But I couldn't hear anything that night anyways, because it was raining so hard.
Yeah.
So I put my earplugs up. Nothing really happened that day. I think the next day was fine. And then so the last night we were camping, I go to sleep, and nothing really eventful happened that night. I didn't really hear anything. I don't remember really waking up at any point. And I woke up the next morning, and I was like laying there on my left side, and I was like something doesn't feel right. And so I'm just like feeling around, and I felt my ear, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I like pull it out, and there was an earplug in my ear. And
Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. We got the earplug picture here somewhere.
yeah. So
Darn
I
it.
look at it. No, you're good. So yeah, so I pull the earplug out, and I was like, I looked at it, and I was like, what the hell? I didn't do that. I was like, I put the earplugs in my bag. I was like, how did that enter my ear? And then I was like, oh, okay, another joke. Haha. You guys like pretty funny. But then so I put the earplug down. I just like laid it on my pillow, and I went back to sleep, and I'm laying there thinking, and I'm like, that earplug was yellow. There it is. That's it right there. That's the earplug.
Yeah. I was thinking when I saw it, I thought it was one of those goldfish. Those goldfish crackers or whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess they had planned this joke all along.
Yeah. So
all I did was send the message.
Yeah. Right. I know. And that other picture that I sent you of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it up. I'm just having a few problems.
Okay. I mean, we know you've got some problems. We all do. It's all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. And so, anyways, this tree was right by my tent, and when I got up to walk to the camp that morning, the stick was leaning against was leaning against that tree. And so I got it, and it's like the perfect little walking stick. So I brought it home with me. I was gonna leave it, and then Barb was like, "You should take it. I think that was for you." So I took it home with me.
That is such a common thing, at least with my guys, leaning sticks up against trees. And I think sometimes it represents the sticks will represent who was there, represents the individual, and the size will represent the age or the size of the individual. And so when I see stuff like that's I love that, because it's real confirmation for what I see. And you got to be careful though too, because people lean walking sticks up against trees, and and stuff
Right.
at the beginning of trails and stuff. But you know, some circumstances say that that's not the case, and that's
Yeah.
Plus, it
That's pretty
has
cool.
the energy of who left it.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a
Yeah.
message, and it's a message that goes, we will walk with you.
They
That's kinda
do. They
cool.
walk
That's-
walk with
that's
us
kinda
between
cool.
the
Yeah,
worlds.
yeah. When they left me my message, one walks with four. The second time they left that, instead of the heart shape, I mean the foot shaped rock, they left a walking stick for the walk. So I think that's a very good point there.
Yeah.
It's a very good
Beautiful.
point.
Now I'm
Yeah.
an expert.
Yeah. So what was your other? You had one more, Sloppy?
Yeah. This is my last.
By the
one,
way,
and then I'm
anybody
done.
listening for the first time, we're not showing any disrespect. We just call each other stupid names. Well, mostly me because I'm immature. So
It doesn't even register with me anymore because I'm so used to it. You call me sloppy.
yeah.
All right, so this one, this is my last one, and I'm gonna stop talking. This one involves Arla also. Actually, everyone's got a little part in this one because
I'm gonna go and grab myself a coffee, but I will be listening.
okay. So this was the second night of the most recent camp in the Blues. Because the first night it was so windy, I don't think anybody. Well, actually, Ashley, you experienced something that first night, I believe, the windy night.
Yeah.
Most of us were just hunkered down, trying to keep from flying away. But the second night, it was real quiet that night. I think I only heard the wind like once or twice, and I was laying in bed, and I was out watching the stars for, I don't know, a little while, maybe an hour. So came into the tent. Double was already asleep. I laid down. I was laying down for about 10 minutes, and I heard someone come down the hill, and they walked up to the tent on my side of the tent, and they did like 2 foot stomps, like doom doom. And we just stayed there quiet, and they stayed there for maybe a minute, and then they walked around the back of the tent and walked down the hill, and that was it. I just heard them walking down the hill towards Barb and everybody else down there near the house. And while I was listening to them walk away, I was thinking to myself, because my vestibule was unzipped, and I was looking outside, and I was thinking, like, I wonder if someone is going to peek around the corner through the door, you know. So I'm sitting there like looking outside, trying to look outside to see, because it was really dark. So all you could really see was like the stars, and I could see silhouettes of some trees, and that was pretty much it. And so while I'm looking out the vestibule, all of a sudden I see like the sky got like a little bit brighter, and then it got a little bit darker, and then it got brighter again, and then it got dark again, but like real dark. And then the trees started to kind of blend in, and so like the crispness of the outline of the tree was gone, and it was like all blurring together. And while this was happening, there was like this black swirl thing. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the picture of like what a galaxy looks like zoomed out, where it's kind of like swirling, and there's like if you took like, say, like an octopus or something and twisted it, and all its tentacles were kind of like swirling behind it. I don't know if that makes any sense. I could see this black thing in the middle of my line of sight, and it was doing that. It was just like slowly spinning while the sky was getting brighter and then darker and brighter and darker. And I'm like, what the hell am I seeing? And so I sat up and like rubbed my eyes, and I'm like looking, and it's still doing it. And so I'm like, okay. So I just laid down and just watched it until I eventually fell asleep again. But the way my tent was facing was, it was kind of facing Arla's tent. Arla's tent was kind of facing my tent. And that's what I saw. And then I'll leave the rest to Arla and let her explain what she was experiencing.
Okay, well, looks like our master of ceremonies is still out getting coffee. But that evening, before we went
I'm still
uh,
here. Minor
yeah,
ceremonies. Minor ceremonies.
yeah, well, you're the handsomest man, master of ceremony.
Yeah. You're the eye candy.
You handle the good looking side of the show.
He didn't mention he was going to Starbucks for the coffee.
Right.
That's probably true. That's probably true. So anyway, that night before we went to drum, uh, watching the sun go down, I had zipped up all the outside windows on my tent because I knew it was going to get cold that night. And I just wanted to preserve all the heat I could. So that night, it was like Star Nation on parade. It was a constant something going on where you would look up into the sky and there would be this triangle of stars, 3 points, and then you would see others come and intersect that, and it was constant. I mean, we were like little kids. Oh my gosh, look up there. Oh my gosh, it's over there, here. And so all of this was going on. Well, after a while, I went up and went to my tent. I laid down in my bed, and my bed actually was pointed to where, when I was laying down and I looked out that window, that was toward Sam's tent. Well, I'm laying there, and all of a sudden, I'm looking at the beautiful trees. And it's just like there's this illumination behind them, not like a real bright, but illumination. And I'm just thanking them for being so beautiful and for, me enjoying how that looks. And then all of a sudden, the trees weren't there. And there was one larger ship and some smaller ships that were there where the trees had been. Well, I thought, okay. And then the trees came back, and I'm like, okay. And then the trees disappeared again, and there were the lights of the ships. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. I didn't have my glasses on, so I rubbed my eyes, and I thought maybe I'm just seeing because I don't have my glasses on. So I put my glasses on, and it's the same. Trees are there, trees are not there, ships are there. And so I just fell asleep. I wasn't thinking anymore about it. I was just asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I'm laying there and I'm looking through that area and I'm going, wait a minute. That's unzipped. I zipped that before I went to drum, and it's unzipped. So I'm thinking about it. It was unzipped when I came to my tent that night to lay down there. If they had not unzipped that, I wouldn't have seen what I saw. So somebody unzipped it so I would see that. And the interesting thing was, it was over where Sam was having all of this other that went on with that light and the galaxy and all of those things. So that was just really cool. And it's like it validates, which neither one of us needed validation, but that something was going on. And we weren't the only ones that, had something going on that night.
This is kind of the first time that I'm hearing, Sam, about what happened to you that night. And I'd heard a little bit of Arliss, but just having it all come together and then taking that and putting it with what Cindy and I experienced not far away from where you guys were. And also the correlations of kind of the internal of what was going on, how I was feeling inside the tent while these things were happening. This is kind of amazing. And is also an example of why it's so important to talk out these things and and get back into the remembering of the details. That first night was the windiest I've ever experienced. Like it was amazing just to be able to experience something like that, because holy crap. I did not sleep for most of it's so weird. When I laid down in my tent, and the position of where my tent was, with like these hurricane level 5 hurricane force winds coming through, my tent was like I was in the inside of a kick drum. It was just boom, 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 boom. So I wasn't sleeping, right? But I also had my eyes closed for most of the time, and time felt very wonky. Time did not feel right. It seemed like I was like laying there for quite some time with my eyes closed, but I still wasn't sleeping. I couldn't sleep because of the noise. But I'm thinking back to this now in retrospect, and it's like, why was I so okay with just keeping my eyes closed the whole time? Because that's not usually what I do. If I'm laying there, I'm going to open my eyes and I'm going to look around. But for whatever reason, I was very much in this kind of just calm state with my eyes closed inside the tent while this amazing noise is happening around. So when I finally did decide to open my eyes, I was astonished because the entire inside of my tent was lit up red from something on the outside. And I'm thinking to myself, when I'm at home and I'm in a dark room and I'm sleeping and someone comes in and turns the light on, my eyes are going to register, like I'll see that, right? That's what it's like. But inside of my tent that night, I was laying there awake for so long with my eyes closed, and I had no idea that all of this light was happening on the outside until I opened my eyes and saw it with my open eyes. And then I was like, holy crap, what is going on out there? So the way that I was laying in my tent, you guys were like over to the left of me, and so was Cindy. Cindy was my closest neighbor, and then from the way I was laying in my tent, I was looking out towards the road, and then the guard station. So that's the focus that I have, and I can tell that and that whole wall of my tent is bright red. And I can also see some of the shadows from the plant life that's in between the area of my tent and the road down below. And then I see that light change from this incredible red to white. And it wasn't like it was at the same time. It was red. Everything's red, and then it goes away. The white comes up. Everything's white. At one point, I saw blue as well, but those were few and far between. It was maybe like twice that I saw like a flash of blue. And then there's the picture. While I was in my tent laying in the bed, I was like, well, I can snap a couple of pictures. It's hilarious that I didn't snap a video, but I have something to say about that. But yeah, this red light, the white light is happening on this side of the tent. So over on this side of my tent where my door is, I'm also seeing a crackling and almost like a lightning type of fractaling out on the outside of the tent as well. And it's not lighting the entire wall up or anything, but I'm seeing it as it's crackling across that area. And then I was exhausted, sure, but it's hilarious again to where these things are happening. And then one of my first thoughts is like, man, I got to go to sleep because I'm sleepy. I got to make sure I get to sleep. I'm going to close my eyes, you know? So, and again, in the retrospect, it's like, what kind of influences is happening to try to get me back to sleep, or to try to get me back in this state to where I am not on this level watching this, but I'm participating in a different way on a different level. And
Right.
that's what I think was happening with this event, because, you know, we all went over our notes. Cindy also saw the light. We figured this time frame to be like 2 hours, maybe even more, like 2.5 hours of these lights going on and off. We, you know, and we're all really spread out, but Cindy looked out of her window. She opened her window on this same side that the lights are happening, and she did see an orb of red light and an orb of white light down on the road. So that the distance between that road and where we were was pretty significant. So for there to be a fully lit up on both sides of our tent for more than an hour light show happening, that light has different properties than a headlight. That light has different properties than a lamp. That light is coming from a source that Cindy had to really sit down and really go over the memory and really like retrain the brain in accepting what the visual is. So, and then, you know, talking later with Barb and some others, it's like, no, this light didn't just come by us, but it went down and it was over by other people's tents. And so I'm coming out of this experience really with kind of like an anchoring in of, yes, we are communicating with them. Yes, we are like going through maybe some soul contractual agreement readings. We're getting downloads. We're having these other interactions, but maybe it's when we're asleep a little bit, you know, or in some other states when we come into these camps and the energy is so focused and hardcore and these things are happening and we have massive amounts of stuff happening on the outside of our tents, and yet we're still concentrated on going to sleep. And again, I think it's that outside influence to get us into the state to where that subconscious connection and everything is happening. We're participating with them in something big.
I like that.
We are preparing. We're preparing in a lot of these campouts. I look at these campouts and I'm like, where are we going to be in another 10 years? Where are we going to be in 20 years when it comes to our interaction and connection? If this is how far we've come thus far, and if that's the case, what are we preparing for in a good way? Because this isn't like preparation doomsday or whatever, but my goodness, this is preparation for something big.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We're part of it.
Yeah.
Good to look at it that way.
We've had a couple experiences at my camps where the entire tent lit up too, for no discernible reason. You know, when people were sleeping or in their tent. And I like what you said about you know, working with us between you know, consciousness and the sleep state or whatever. Well, I think that's undoubtedly going on. I think we all know that. But in this particular instance, I like that thought. I like the way you're going with that. Now, listen, I don't know. We've got Mr. Wellington here and whatever too. Now you got quite a few pictures. I don't know how long everyone can stay.
I wanted to ask.
But hold on. Yeah, but hold on a second. I just wanted. How long can you stay for, Beef? Is he there? Is he even there?
His mic's not on.
I just realized I was on mute. Sorry. Took me a
How
second.
long can you stick around for? Because I want to make sure I get your stories in. You know, I think everyone else is here for the duration for sure. I think.
Right. I've got to drop off at about 12:30.
Oh, okay. Well, did you want to get into your stuff and then we'll get back to you, Ashley? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
No, Ashley can go. I'm good.
I wanted to ask Sam one quick question. Sam, when you saw the galaxy, the spiral arm galaxy, did
Yeah.
you see it in your mind, in your dream, or did you, or like a out in reality somehow?
No, my eyes were open. Well, yeah.
But
My
but was
eyes
it
have been open for a
was
while,
it
but no, they
imposed
were
upon the regular stars, or what?
no, it was in the foreground of what was going on in the background. So it was like it was outside of my tent, but it's really hard to explain, man. It's like trying to explain how salt tastes, it's
Yeah.
It's
it
salty.
it was yeah, it's like when the sky was getting brighter and getting darker, it was like whenever it would get brighter, I would see it. That's like the silhouette of something. It was fluid and moving. It wasn't, so if this was, say, like a ship, it was moving. It wasn't but it was moving very slowly. It's really hard to explain, but it wasn't like a mental vision. It was like I was seeing it with my eyes.
And you're saying the ship came in the shape of a spiral galaxy?
If that's what it was. It seemed really organic to me, whatever it was. So it wasn't like my first thought wasn't ship. It just seemed, I didn't know what it was. I was just like, uh, I just
That's
don't.
a pretty profound image, just as an images go.
Yeah.
Well, basically, what was going on that night, and Ashley talked about it too. It was we were being given information. We were being shown that there were those there who were there to directly interact with some of us. There was one major ship, one quite a bit larger than what we were viewing the others from what I was seeing. There were many, many, many smaller, and I don't mean small, but smaller than the one ship, which was what I saw when the trees would disappear, was that the one ship that is so much brighter, so much bigger, and then off to what would have been my right from that ship were others that were moving. They were smaller, but they were not necessarily stationary, just sitting there. They were moving as well. And so what was happening was that information being given to those who, and I don't doubt that everybody there did not get something from this, whether they've come to the understanding that they did or they didn't. I don't know, because I haven't talked to all of them since that time. But I know that while we were there were so many things going on, and we literally needed to be in a space where our bodies were at that space where it's so much easier for us to receive that information and not create a barrier for it.
Right.
Um,
Right.
because we want to know. I want to know what's going on. And sometimes you don't need to know right there at that moment. All you need to do is have that heart open and allow for that information to come to us.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
can I just,
absolutely.
there was one night, and I think it was the second night, when Arla the next morning asked me if I talked in my sleep. And I said, I've never been told that. I don't think I do. And she said, well, someone was talking to you then. So that's interesting to me, because my sort of view of what is happening on this planet is we're shifting into a time when we will remember our galactic connections. And all of us here are open-minded enough to let those connections start happening now and remember. And so when they actually start coming out, and I think Sasquatch is sort of they've been here with us. So they're another that is kind of easy to see. I don't think there's any accident that Han Solo has Chewbacca standing right there beside him. I mean, I think that's where we're going. And yeah, and we'll be able to help people. We'll be able to, walk people through when, aliens are walking around or Sasquatch are out in the open, and, that's sort of my take on it. I like what you said, Ashley, about they're preparing us. And I think that's
They
what
are.
cool. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it
Something
seems
big is
like-
coming. Something big is coming. That's a lot of people saying that now as a buzzword.
You know,
Well,
I
we can
just,
we can all feel it. We
Yeah.
feel it within. We see it expressed in our external lives and in the environments. And it doesn't matter like how 3D your environment is on the external, because you can see the shift. You can feel the shift. And and we've, for in the bigger purposes, bigger conversations, we all came here together here right now in the present to experience, to formulate a new way, I think, of not a new way, because there's nothing new under the sun, but an evolved way from where we're at now on what we do with the rest of our lives here. And who knows exactly like how long that could be. I think that there's a massive potential for us to be here much longer than what our human, up to maybe 100 years time frame is that we've been in for so long. That could change if we have atmospheric conditions or something changing within our environment. That could be an extension of our lives for quite a lot longer than what we're here for. There could be physical healing that's associated with that, to where that extension, isn't just like, oh, I'm 200 years old and I look it and feel it, but no, you're in your prime. So if there is an extension of life that's coming through into this reality, into this evolution of where we're at, and we're having preparation from other dimensionals, not just, in dream time, but that's very important, but within the physical environment, we are doing these things with what we have been told is not real.
Yes.
And that matrix, like you were talking about, Lee, of breaking out of this completely compartmentalized way that has been shoved down our throats and beaten into us for generations, having the openness to experience this again is this domino effect that's going out energetically into the realm, into this world, into the hearts of so many people, which is exponentially rising this experience. What an amazing ride.
Just hang on a second. Just hang on a second. Tom's got to go to lunch at 12. So let's let him share an experience or two, and then Beef's got to go at 12:30. So we got to fit them in now.
No, go ahead
Okay.
with them, because I'm not leaving for lunch. We're eating our lunches and our meals in our rooms.
You mean you're out to lunch? No,
I'm out to lunch already. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, but what you said, Ashley, all this stuff is profound, and I want to delve into all of it, but because Beef has to go at 12:30. Let's get into his story, and he's got some stuff that he shared with damn phone. Some stuff that he shared with Arla, and I actually had a little part of that too, and we can get into that. So why don't we start with that, and then I'm trying to get Penny on. She actually said she's in the tub or something, but I said get your butt on here.
Whoa!
So
what kind of show are you running here?
Right? This is not
bare butt.
OnlyFans. Come
That's not
on.
what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking bare butt. I was
She's keeping it clean. Come on now. She's keeping it clean.
get on here, come on. But anyway, hopefully she will. But anyway, okay, so let's get into your guys' story. So go ahead there, Mr. Wellington.
All right. So this was my first camp out with Barb's group ever. And I really didn't know what to expect. Because as everybody here knows pretty much, I live in the middle of a Sasquatch clan's territory and I interact with them all the time. And I have all sorts of fun stories to tell from that. So I didn't actually know what to expect. I didn't know why I was going because I've already got a clan I interact with, right? But I wanted to meet all these people I've spoken with online and spend some time just, experiencing this with them, getting their take on it. And I was not disappointed. It was a fantastic trip. I really especially enjoyed getting to meet Sam and Arla directly in person. And I'd never talked to Ashley before or Penny. Or Lee. But I met new friends and got to talk to other people in person. It was a lot of fun. So with that said, Brian showed up. It was an interesting start to the trip. Brian offered so kindly to pick me up on his way from Canada and drive me over there. And bless his heart, he got lost coming to my house because his GPS wasn't working apparently, or I'm not sure what. But so we got a really late start on the day to get there. So during that, we arrived at camp like at 1:30 at night in the middle of that windstorm. And we had, on the way up, we had this idea we were going to go ahead and set up the tent anyway. And when I got out of the truck and decided it was too windy, we slept in the truck that night. So we missed out on all the light show and the other interactions that you guys were talking about. So the first night for us was just kind of it was kind of a crappy night of sleep. But other than that, it was pretty good. The Sasquatch clan up there that interacted with us, or clans in plural, they didn't disappoint. They didn't wait at all. Boy, they just got right to work interacting. So the first thing I did in the morning, because I had such a bad night of sleep, is I went and I searched out where I could set up my hammock and just actually get a good night of sleep that morning. And turns out I set up right in the same area that I don't know if Arla's told the story yet since I came on late, but where they set up the honey buns. I was right next to that and I didn't even realize it. And apparently while I was asleep in my hammock, and I'll let Arla tell more about it, but the honey buns were disturbed. And again, I slept through it. I don't know. Anyway, my first impression when we arrived at the camp place is there was a cabin there, and I don't know, I got kind of this foreboding, right? It was a very strong energy associated with that cabin, but I didn't think about it. I didn't even really consider going in because I didn't know we'd rented the cabin. And come to find out, it's occupied, and not by humans. Well, not by living humans. There's the first time I walked in. Okay, back up. Because it was so windy the night before, I made the executive decision that I was not going to set up my tent. Because I don't know if any of you have slept in, anybody out listening has slept in a tent in super heavy winds. If it's bad enough, the tent will actually bend in and slap you in the head, and that's not a good night of sleep. So I decided I was going to sleep in the cabin. So I walk in, and as you walk through the front door off to the left, there's this little vestibule area with a chair, and I just felt this energy. I felt this presence. It was a very delicate light presence, and so I didn't pay it much attention, and I thought maybe I was imagining things, and I dismissed it, and I kept walking, and I walked through another room, and it was like I hit a wall of energy. I mean, it was I mean, it stops you in your tracks. It was so big. It wasn't, you know, I didn't feel like it was mean or anything or had bad intentions. It was just, it was a presence, and it was huge, and it was very solid.
Are you talking, now hang on a second, because this is where I got to come in now. Are you talking about just before you go up the stairs, right? Just as you're
Yeah.
exiting I walked into, this is my contribution to this. I walked into that same presence, and it was like, whoa. It's like, it was like walking into a wall, and it seemed very, very strong, but then I felt it out a little bit, and it seemed like it was strong, and it wasn't malevolent in any way.
Right.
It didn't feel like it meant me any harm or anything. So I thought, and I kind of associated it with the room I was going to be in, possibly.
Yeah,
So
that's where it felt like.
So that kind of made me think, okay, I will sleep in here tonight.
So I went to the
But
back
anyway,
room.
but that was my part. But I just wanted to put that in there because that's exactly your experience, which is interesting, right?
Well, and then Arla confirmed all this later, which was really interesting for me. I really appreciated that. So I'm of course searching for a place to bunk down, and so I'm looking at the rooms where people where there's bunk beds, right? And so I went to the back room, and that's where the locus of the big energy was, the solid one. And I don't know, I just didn't want to sleep in that room. I'll admit it. And so I sat there for a minute. I'm looking at the bunk beds and going, yeah, I don't see myself sleeping in here. So I turned and I went up these stairs. Well, yeah, okay, I left the room and I went to the stairwell, and the stairwell is about the steepest stairwell I think I've ever been on, short of the ladder. And the minute you walk across and there's a door closing off those stairs, and the minute you walk across the threshold of the door, you take a step up, it's like you go into a different dimension kind of a thing, where all of a sudden your reality gets skewed just a little bit, right? And I'm gonna steal your thunder for a minute, Arla. The way Arla described it is, she said it felt like she was on an escalator or a carnival ride, and that's actually probably the best description I could think of. It was really overwhelming and disorienting for me. But it wasn't in a bad way at all. And so I kept climbing the stairs because, by God, I was going to find myself a place to sleep that was out of the wind. So I'm climbing these stairs, and that energy is getting stronger and stronger. And I'm thinking, wow, this is really something. And so the top of the stairs, you enter a little hallway, and this hallway has a bed in it. And I said to myself, yeah, I'm not sleeping at the top of the stairs. That's not going to happen. Okay. I didn't want to fall down the stairs because that's where the bottom line. So I walk into this little room, and it's got 3 unbunked bunk beds, and they're scattered across against the 3 walls that are opposite the door. And it was a very strong female energy. And honestly, at that point, I didn't know what kind of energy it was, right? I didn't know whether it was a Sasquatch woman or whether it was something else. But it was a pleasant, very comforting. You walk in that room, and it's like you're put into an envelope of safety. And at least that's how I felt. And I thought, okay, I'm sleeping here. I threw my sleeping bag down on the bed. I didn't have my pillow and my blanket yet because it was still over my hammock that I'd set up to sleep when we first got there. I went out to my hammock, so I left. I literally was gone for less than 5 minutes. And I know, well, probably more like 2 minutes. I know nobody else came into the cabin. And Brian, this is where the pictures that I just sent you come in.
Yeah, I got them all ready to go.
Okay, good.
You want me to bring them up now?
Well, no. So I went out. Yeah, actually in a minute. Actually, go ahead and bring it up. So I go out to get my pillow and my blanket, and I come back into the, go ahead and show the one previous to this first. So I come back up to the bed, and on the headboard is this piece of jasper just sitting there, upright, looking around. And if you'll note, it looks like the profile of a Sasquatch person looking off to your right.
Yep.
Okay. Now show the other one.
Well, hold on a minute. Can you clarify something quickly? No, I might have missed it. But did you say that you saw that exact post that was on previous and it wasn't on there? So
Yes,
it wasn't there and then it was there, right?
there was nothing there when I entered the room.
Right.
And when I
Okay.
came back to the room just a couple of seconds later,
Yeah.
there was this rock.
Yeah.
Sitting on top of the door or the bedpost, right at my headboard. So I was in a hurry and I didn't do anything but note, oh, somebody put a rock. And I said somebody, I didn't attribute it to anybody. Somebody put a rock on my headboard. That's kind of cool. So, but I left it. I didn't even touch it because I was in the middle. It was getting late and I needed to get dinner going and I wanted to find Brian to see if he had his dinner set up. So I just left it. By the time dinner was done, I came back up and it was too dark to really look at it. So I just left it on my headboard. The next morning, it was a very uneventful night. In fact, I had a really nice night of sleep and I don't remember waking up even once. But I get up in the morning and I take a look at it and I think, oh my gosh, this kind of looks like a Sasquatch head. But but that's as far as it went for me at that point. I didn't look that closely. Well, everyone was gathered around the campfire area, Arla in particular, and I'm not sure where Brian was. Anyway, bottom line is I went and I showed Brian. He looked at it. He goes, "Hey, did you notice this?" And I hadn't noticed the face on the front. I'd only noticed the profile that it kind of looked like a Sasquatch head. And if you look closely, you can see where the fingernail jabbed or ground out the mouth and the nose and the eyes. It's like that has been carved. That was not an accident. So then I took it to Arla and I told Arla everything I just told you. And she said, well, let me come in there. Oh, no. Actually, she told me about the resident of the place named Violet, who apparently had passed and decided to take up residence there in the cabin. And that was the presence that I had experienced the first time when I walked in. Well, Arla comes in and she immediately is talking. I'm going to let Arla tell more about the Violet story because she's got a lot more detail on that. Arla comes in and she experiences the big guy exactly at the place where I first experienced him, and she stopped her in her tracks. And anyway, she went upstairs, validated the whole thing with that for me. She said it was a Sasquatch woman. It was just a very surreal thing. That part. Then when Brian and I went for a little later that day, Brian and I went for a drive and came across, I call them a Sasquatch universe, really. It's just a place where I know I find a lot of their structures and it's a concentration of their activity. And we discovered one, I don't know how, it seemed like it was a really old one that I didn't know whether it was still active or not, but Brian and I hung out there for quite a while and the energy there was really incredible. In fact, Brian noted it as well, because as we kind of were walking around while he was doing something, and when we exited the area where the Sasquatch people were, it's like the energy changed 100%. You felt it. I mean, it's like you walked across a threshold. That was a pretty cool little experience too. And then we went to Kelly's Corner, which was okay. I didn't have a lot of high expectations when we first got there because, well, I didn't feel the energy and I didn't see a lot of stuff. Apparently a lot of stuff was happening. I just was oblivious to it. And so I went up to the next section of woods, which was above the lower section where they saw the cloaker and the other things. I'm looking around and I've discovered a cougar paw print and the cougar paw print was fairly fresh, and it was bigger than my hand. The paw was. This was a big animal, and so I got a little concerned because I saw a lot of people going off on their own, and when there's cougars around, you probably really don't want to do that. And so I just started to come back down. I said, okay, I'm going to go make sure that I'm at least within yelling distance of someone just in case. And I don't expect any of this is going to happen, but I'm just going to be careful. Discovered all sorts of fun structures up above the lower area of Kelly's Corner. And then, and I wish Penny was on because she is
on.
Oh, excellent. Penny, you need to share in this. So if you're on mute.
I just took myself off mute. You're good.
Awesome. So this is where I encountered Penny. I asked Penny if she wanted to see some structures that I had just found just previous to finding the cougar print. And she said yes. And so we walked up to the first section of woods and I showed her they were cool structures. At least I thought so. And then we decided to continue on up the hill and we went past another meadow. And as we're entering into the next section of forest, I got this blast of the cinnamon floral aroma that was
right,
absolutely intoxicating. And I thought to myself, I wonder if Penny's ever experienced this before. So I said, hey, Penny, have you ever smelled the floral aroma before? She goes, is that what that is? I said, yeah. She goes, oh,
yeah,
that is lovely.
That's awesome. I never had, a matter of fact, in my head, I was thinking to myself, I wonder if Kevin smells this. This is just intoxicating. It was the same word that came to my mind.
It was fantastic. I love it when they do that. So it was Sasquatch female, a Sasquatch woman up there. And I don't know how old she was. We didn't have a chance to really get to know her. We explored her area. We talked to her and we felt her presence the whole time we were there. We got to the top of that section of woods and we turned around and we sat down and we were starting to get into a meditative state just to see if we could connect with her and talk with her and, just experience her. And she had just started to make contact back with me. The floral aroma came back. I started to really strongly feel her energy. And all of a sudden we hear this honk, 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 honk. And so we decided we figured we better go. And
I gotta wonder, Kevin, if maybe it would have been worth it to walk back, but that was a long walk.
Yeah, no, I wasn't up for that. Let's just, I'll be honest. So we came back and we said goodbye and apologized for not being able to stay, but we thanked her profusely for letting us know she was there and for welcoming us to her home. And that was pretty much that. That's, I think, if I have one regret at all from this camp out, which I really don't have any regrets, one disappointment was that we didn't have longer to sit there and just meditate and get to know her a little bit. Then a little bit, I think not a lot more happened for me. I don't think. I may be forgetting things because a lot happened as you could, with a lot of people, as you know. But the last thing that I experienced was on the last day. We were all saying goodbye, and this is after doing an reenactment with Barb over basically a really big Sasquatch man who had peered over some trees at us at the camp, in the camp area, in the campfire area.
Yeah.
And we were all saying goodbye and all that. And out of the corner of my eye, I catch kind of a cinnamon colored peaker. The head just goes whoop, as soon as it saw me catch a glimpse. And that was my last experience at the camp out. It was a phenomenal camp out. Now, I have to tell you, none of the stuff that happened was really out of the ordinary for me. What made it special for me was it was a completely different clan than what I have ever interacted with. And I felt so welcomed and so loved. So that's that. I hope that all
Awesome.
made sense. I just was in output dump mode.
How about you, Penny? Do you want to go?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it sounds great. Hey, I decided one morning to get up and go for a little walk on my own. And so I went down this path and it was quite steep. It was going down. It looked like it had definitely been deer or something, maybe even elk on that path because it was pretty steep going down. And I'm walking along and I'm feeling a little bit of anxiety. So I'm trying to kind of calm myself and find that peace that I need to continue the walk. I just pressed forward, continued the walk, and I looked down and I found this amazing Sasquatch stone, which I don't think I got a chance to show it to anyone. May I go ahead and flip this and show it to you?
Flip it.
Flip the
What?
video, show it to you.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure, go for it.
I think I can flip it. Let's see.
Okay, what you can do?
I thought I could flip the video and show. Maybe it's through share. May I share?
Why don't you send it to me in Messenger and then I'll share it.
You got it. Okay. Well, you want me to go ahead and do that now? Because if I do it now, I'm going to lose you.
So Brian's a little bit of a control freak. He doesn't like to give anybody else.
Well, I
info.
mean, if you want us to see it, you got to do something, right? So I don't know, whatever you
All
think.
right. Well, just is fill in for me. Let's see. Alicia, fill in for me for a second, and then I will be right back.
Who's Alicia? Alicia. That's a nice name, though. You should change your name to Alicia.
Oh,
Well, I mean, there's a lot of letters in common, right? The A, the L, A, another A.
With the A on the end
S.
of my name, I've had a lot of different names, I guess, throughout my lifetime. So it's all good.
I feel like we're missing an Alicia.
Well, I would imagine she will show up.
I'm so sorry. I think there's an Alicia coming.
Are you sending it,
I'll
Penny?
bow out.
Penny's got a.
I get called Ashleah a lot.
Ashleah?
Ashleah, my whole life. Yeah. And then I'm like, no,
Well,
it's
better-
actually
better- if you were a guy, it would have been asshole. No, I'm just.
you be careful, sir.
Well, I wasn't referring to you specifically. That was a general comment. Okay. So
I think Ashley was actually it was a masculine name before it was a feminine name, and then it was a last name before it was a first name. So it's it means an ash tree in the meadow, a singular ash tree in the meadow, which I think was back in the day, they'd leave one single tree for something to do with the crops. I don't know. That's my little history lesson on that.
So I'm waiting for Penny to send me those videos, but oh, okay, I got a picture.
All right. I'm sorry. Ashley, I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Is that just the one? Is that just the one picture there? Just the one picture there, Pen?
Yeah, it's just one picture. It's a beautiful headstone of a Sasquatch, and it's layered. It's just gorgeous. And you'll be able to zoom in so you can take a look at it. It's amazing.
Okay. She'll do that. Let me just get it.
It's
There you
almost
go.
like it's made of some type of sandstone. It's just all layered and kind of almost like a 3D imprint. It's really cool.
Okay. Ready to bring up. I've been calling you Pen lately. Is that okay?
I like Pen as long as it's not Pigpen or something like that. That would be. Uh-oh. No, I'm in trouble now.
Pen. I think Pen's all right,
Okay, Pen's good.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's what my brothers call me. I think that's fine. That's okay, brother Brian. You just call me Pen.
All righty. I like it. There we
Yeah.
go.
Isn't he beautiful? You can zoom in too. It's a beautiful headshot, shoulder.
Oh, that's beautiful.
and it's just, I was just, well, as you can imagine, my heart just fluttered, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Oh my gosh, it's
which
fantastic.
totally gave me the peace of heart that I needed to continue on in my trek, basically down the mountain, which I didn't go much further, maybe a mile, and then turned around and went back because it was really starting to get hot. It was pretty hot there during the daytime, I thought, but at nighttime it really cooled off. But I slept in the Ford Transit camper, so I didn't hear a lot. And so what I did was I did some camping last night. I had purchased a tent and I decided to camp in that last night. So I can't wait for the next camping because I really feel like the Sasquatch want me to be outside with them, not kind of cooped up inside of a little trailer or a truck van thing. So I look forward to having more experiences because I think I really limited myself on experiences other than with Lee. And I don't know if everyone kind of went over that, but Lee and I saw the bushes just shaking back and forth to the left of us. And Lee, I know you're probably on. Did you already share this story or?
I did not. No, go ahead.
Oh, well, maybe you can add into your part. If you start it, I can kind of wrap into it and finish it because we both were experiencing something phenomenal and really didn't know what to do with it at the time, but we were trying to do the Kathyism thing, which is be cool.
Yeah, we really were trying to be cool. We were sitting in the shade of the guardhouse staring into some bushes across a little stream. And I saw something coming in from the right and just really shaking the bushes at pretty high up in the trees there. And then it stopped and one branch was just shaking wildly. And I'm just sitting there and I'm going through my mind, what could that be? You know, deer, bear, no, it's too tall, it's got to be a Sasquatch. And I'm sitting very calmly. I'm not afraid. I'm just calmly sitting there trying to go through the steps of protocol that we'd been talking about that morning about don't freak out, don't point. You know, this was Kathy's idea of it. And I couldn't contain myself. So I had to look over at Penny and say, do you see that shaking? And she did see it. So go ahead, Penny.
And then at that point, we could see shadows. Both of us saw the dark shadows behind, kind of, because as the sun was coming down, it was probably about 5:30, 6 o'clock, if I remember correctly. So we could kind of see that there's something dark in there, really dark behind the bushes. And all of a sudden, I see this little, like the crown of a head kind of pop up just for a second. And I was like, whoa. And I was like, I saw that. But I had it. I was talking in my head, like, oh my goodness, this is fantastic. and then all of a sudden, Lee says something about honey buns. Do you remember that, Lee?
Yeah, we haven't told the honey bun story yet, but I got the distinct impression that he was checking on the honey buns.
That's a beautiful lead into the honey buns because basically that sums up our story. But we did with Barb. Barb went ahead and we did this whole reenactment that Kevin referred to because Kevin was part of the reenactment. But I'll let Barb and I'll let Arla kind of explain the honey bun and the reenactment part.
Well, in the confirmation,
Well, I said
for
Kevin,
what? I'm sorry. I was just going to say
Frank,
the confirmation.
well,
the confirmation for what Penny and I saw was Arla. So
right.
She was sitting to my left. What did you see, Arla?
Well, I saw a dark figure go from the area where you saw, like it was scooting away from that. Because I sat there and I remember, I was just kind of sitting there and I was like, oh, there goes. That one's going across there. And that was the one that you guys had been seeing. I did not see the bushes shake or any of that, but I did see the one go from where that was happening off to the side towards the honey buns.
I sent Brian a picture, if you're going to put that up, of Kevin holding up a stick from our recreation. So when you're standing there in the yard looking across the spring there to where this was at, it didn't seem like it was all that big. You know, like first we had Lee over there in the bushes with a stick that she held up, and you didn't realize how big whoever was there was until you realize they're holding up the stick. The picture that I sent you, Brian, has Kevin holding it. Kevin was our stand-in. There you go. So that's how tall the individual was that was peeking over the bushes. And you can kind of see the off to the right there, the bushes back where he was at there. But that's how tall that individual was.
What, to the top of the stick?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So that was just over 12 feet.
That's like RE size. That's a big guy.
He is a big guy for sure.
Yeah. So when the head that Penny saw, well, first we put Lee in there and she shook the bushes. And I could tell right away because I had to go up the spring to see where you couldn't even see Lee was in there except for when she moved the stick around. And at the top of the bushes, there were also, you could see where there were clumps of leaves that had been disturbed. They were no longer aimed toward the sun. And yeah, so when we did the reenactment, we put Kevin in there with that stick to hold it up. And that stick was to the level of the head that Penny saw.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
That's impressive. Okay,
And
so go ahead.
Well, that was only, maybe 100 feet from where the honey buns were. So, they were coming and going back and forth to the honey buns, they right back through there through the bushes behind us. That would have been part of the path. And another little side note to that is when we had Lee in there, there was a log over the spring because it was very mucky. There was water in it, but it wasn't really flowing. It was just kind of a big mucky area right in there. And you could see where there were some prints down in there that had refilled with mud. So there was no real definition to them, but there were oil spots that had floated to the surface above each of these prints, which would lead you to think that whoever had stepped there had greasy feet. So
yeah.
Okay,
so let me let's focus what we're going to do here now. So we're going to end off with you talking, Barb, and your set of pictures. We're going to get into all of Ashley's pictures. We want to talk to Ma a little bit more because she shared some experiences, but they were kind of joint experiences. So why don't we move on to continue with Ashley's pictures, or what was the other name?
Alicia.
Yeah.
Alicia's pictures. Let's get Alicia's pictures up, and then
I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
and then we'll get on to hang on a second, I gotta bring them up. And then we'll move on to Arla.
We're good. We got
Barb.
a plan. It's good to have a plan.
Well, I just want to make sure everybody gets their
Well, it's all kind of combined, everything we a lot of this stuff is joint experiences, things that, we all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. So this is the next picture after the tent ones.
Okay, so these are in sequential order, and these were found on after the first evening where we had all of the red and the white and the orbs and the light and all of those things happening. This was found in front of Cindy's tent, not right in front of it, but she had placed a casting from a Greenwater trip of a print that I had found, and then Barb and Heidi went back and cast it. And so she had that with her, and it was on a picnic table. So kind of like her tent was here, the bouquet was here, the cast was right here, and I was over here. And there it was. We found this bouquet, and there's like 4 parts to this bouquet. And I need to mention this. This bouquet was dried. It was picked at some point and held together like that and dried like that. And it was left dry. So we see that, and Arla comes over, Lee comes over. I also found a really beautiful kind of like teardrop shape piece of like a vine of some sort, maybe.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on.
Yeah.
This thing?
Yes. So that was right next to the bouquet as well. And this is a dried piece of wood that's in this shape. And so that was laying just as you see it on top of a fire poking stick that was next to this campfire, next to, it within our camp space. And so that bouquet of flowers was there, this loop was there, and then Arla comes over and Lee comes over, and we're all standing there. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4 people standing in the middle of the day. And then all of a sudden, there is a second bouquet that is right next to Arla's feet.
Is that the next picture or no?
Go to the next one.
No, that's that loop thing.
That's the loop. And go to the next one. Okay. So yeah, just to recap real quick on the bouquets, there was that first bouquet, and then there was one by Arla's feet, and then Lee found one that was a bluebell type of flower, or lavender, and that was underneath the picnic table. And these were all triangulated in the same area, and they were all dried, which I found really interesting, because I took some of the wildflowers, and when I repositioned the cast over closer to my tent, I took some flowers and I made a little bouquet, and I stuck it in the casting on the table, and I watched the progression of those flowers into the wilting stage and into the drying stage. So these were pre-made. You know what I mean? Like they were pre-made. There was already thought put into it even before we get there, right?
Yeah. Can I elucidate a little bit on this?
Yeah.
The bouquets are not uncommon in that area. I've received a lot of them, and they usually, or at least in my case, came from Red Stripe's daughter, Taranika. And she's the redhead that Penny saw there a couple of years ago.
No, that was Debbie that saw it.
Debbie, okay, yeah. Yeah, whoever it was, yeah. Was it Debbie? Yeah. At any rate, she is the one that I know that makes these. There may be others as well, but I've seen more than one of these. One of them, I can't remember her name. A friend of mine used to go up there with a lot and her daughters, Logan and I can't remember the other name either.
Jamie.
Yeah,
Jamie Trimble.
Jamie. And we drove down into this place, came back out, and here's one of these laying right in the middle of the road as we came out.
Yeah.
And it had around the base of it, around the stems, a paper towel. But it was a very, very old paper towel. I mean, it was a fashion that was in vogue 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and not seen anymore.
In perfect condition, right?
In perfect condition, yes. And it's laying there, and they're dried flowers just like this. And that time I got to see Taranika. She was hiding behind a log just off the road watching us. And so you've been blessed.
Actually,
huge blessing.
Actually, did you say that the orbs that you had seen that you relate to this bouquet were the same color as the weeds or the flowers? Yellow, blue, and white, or purple?
The two major light that I saw was that red, which was photographed, and then the bright white, and
okay.
and then there was like a flash of blue, but it wasn't a continuous like the red and also the white. So
Okay,
yeah.
forget it then.
I want to know who that little rock guy is at the top here.
There's a lot of little rock guys all over the
Yes.
place.
Who is that guy?
Yeah,
Looks
and
like he's
again,
got
like
beaver teeth.
Got these two eyeballs. You got these two eyeballs.
yeah.
Well,
Mr. Mr. Bill had a lot of relatives up there. I
Okay.
kept finding Mr. Bills.
So
So
this,
I guess
go ahead.
I guess what we're looking at here is you think that someone
That
twisted
loop.
this, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so this was right behind our camp, and I had parked the truck there, and I decided this is like the first full day, and I was making lunch, and I had everything set up on the tailgate, and I'm doing my thing, and I got my little stove and whatnot, and then I look over and I'm like, no way, because this tree is so tall. And I think maybe the next picture will give you some perspective as to how far off the ground this is. And it's just one singular, there you go, one singular branch that's had all leaves removed from it and then brought back over and pinned by the tree. And I looked at that and I said, well, who made that loop? Right? That's not a natural loop, and it's beautiful. So it was great. I love that loop.
Pretty cool. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, super beautiful.
Yeah, snow doesn't do that.
No.
And now we got a series of orbs or
World.
something, or eye shine, I guess, or I'm not sure what we're looking at, but
So
anyway.
yeah, this is a series of screenshots that I took from one of the orb-shaped UFOs that was flying over camp. Now, I've taken quite a few different videos of these light ships, these light orbs, and again, like we say ship, but there's more than just some sort of physical thing happening with occupants inside. What I've been able to do with kind of like an upgraded camera system is really kind of dissect the film and see what is going on, like screen by screen, like pause and just move real slow and see how these things are moving. And what I've been able to find is that there seems, we look at it and we see in the sky kind of a morphy, white light that's going through there. This light is, again, like some of this other type of light. It's different. So when I'm able to take that film and then pause it and zoom in and go frame by frame, then you can start seeing that this orb shape of white light within its frame by frame looks more like and has the properties of like a fourth dimensional hypercube moving in and out of itself, and then also expressing different colors within the light spectrum. It's not just white light. And so that's what this is. And then I found this one that I got, and I think it'll be at the end. But it's a face. It's a full-on face of something that's not human, not Sasquatch looking, not anything else looking, except for, there's a distinct facial feature to it. That one's a very interesting one. That looks like a phoenix or something. That looks like a thunderbird. But there's this box cube situation that's morphing in and out of itself, turning blue, red, orange, yellow, white, all these different colors. I think I've gotten green. And so a cross is coming out of it. The fourth dimensional cube coming in and out of itself, going into a cross, going into a cube, going into a circle. So this is just kind of like showing the different stages of what this was, which was, you know, from ground level, a white ball of light going through the sky, but there's a lot more going on with that. And if we are within kind of a third dimensional set of eyes and a third dimensional central, you know, cortex and all of that, and then this is how we're perceiving it, you know, but it's not the full story. And it seems like I've been able to gain a little more insight through the pausing and going frame by frame and seeing, you know, reading between the lines. There's something else going on than just, you know, a white light in the sky. There is a morphing, and this shape is important. There's a little face. Look at his face.
Looks like a little bear to me.
Yeah. Look at him. That's
like a cute
so
little
cool.
bear. Look, here's his two eyes, his cute little button nose, little ear.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I saw that, I was like, that's expression. That's expression of sentient life, you know? Because again, it's not just like some mechanical, you know, flying saucer with occupants going in, you know, from point A to point B.
I'm wondering, did you send me any more? Because I'm wondering if I had a couple sets.
Yeah, I had the video of there's a video included where where we find the second bouquet next to Arla's feet. So that's there.
Okay, I'll play that. You might, sound doesn't normally come across that well. Do you just want to talk?
Yeah,
Us
sure.
through it, and you can tell me to pause it and stuff when you want.
Yeah. So, I mean, essentially what it is like, as soon as we noticed the flowers at her feet, I took my phone out and recorded the event. So everyone's very excited. There's a lot of hooting and hollering, and there's just a lot of joy, because it's like, we were all like right within the moment of going, we were just standing here. We're standing here. And this shows up. And what I said in my video again was like, hey, here's an example that they can be standing right next to you and you won't know until they give you something, a reason to know. They can be right next to you and you won't know. So what is that an example of? It's an example of their interdimensional nature. It's an example of their cloaking abilities. It's the example of, you know, the ways in which they can interact with this reality beyond our capability of witness, you know, until they give us something that shows, hey, guess what I just did? I was just right next to you and I left this.
I'd like to add into what you just said, is that they can be inside you and you wouldn't know it.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause that's how mind speak works, and how downloads work. There's somebody is inside you at that point. So we have the blurring, the idea that we're immutable, right? We are very mutable beings.
Not at all.
So, okay, here's the video. So, you tell me if you want me to pause it on a certain.
Just play it. It's probably like, I think it's like 30 seconds or 20 seconds long. But yeah, there's the original one, and we're all standing right next to it. And then here we go. Here's the second one. And again, this is dried. This is a fully dried flower that placed that far away from Arla. So less than 2 feet away. And I'm standing looking in a direction behind her, and Lee's looking in this direction, and Cindy's looking in this direction. We have eyes in a 360 degree open area, you know. There's no hiding, there's no sneakiness, except for their interdimensional sneakiness. It was great.
Yeah.
Well,
I love the face.
That apported there. That just showed up there.
It just showed
while
up.
you're standing there.
Yep.
And look at that Sasquatch rock.
Yeah, there's a face.
Oh yeah. Look
There,
at that.
right there. Yeah.
That's great.
Amazing.
Unreal.
Amazing.
So
Okay,
if you want to show the picture of the wires and the knife at the base of the tree.
Oh, right. I've got another set of pictures, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, let's try to find those. Okay.
I'll
let me just
talk
find
about
them.
that real quick because this is phenomenal. This is again like it's an example of their humor, their higher level of humor, and their attention to detail, and that guess what? They're with you 24/7. Doesn't matter if you're in the forest or not. They're still with you. They're still with you within your reality outside of the forest, and they're paying attention to what you're doing, and they're also communicating and connecting with you all the time. And this is such an example of this. So I made and this showed up just real quick. Arla and I were with a group of people. We were going up a path, and we decided to head back to camp. So we went through this area with 6 or 7 other people. This was not there. We turn around and walk back, and it's there. And it's a repetition of whys. It's a conglomeration of many different material that was all brought together. This was not happenstance that we've got, 4 Ys or 3 Ys and a trident and some beautiful old man's beard, and everything is in this path, should have been trampled by 12 shoes just 3 minutes prior, but it wasn't. And nobody saw it on the way in, but we come through, going back in that direction, and then we find it. So
I actually think you got 5 Ys here, because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, because the trident, I know this is a trident, but it could also be seen as a Y.
Yeah.
Because you look at them abstract kind of, and then this one. So
yeah.
The
Oh,
shape
and
of
then
that
yeah,
too.
I'm not sure about this, but yeah, interesting.
Beautiful. I mean,
That's-
like
that's-
the
That's like
the
one for
level of
every person who was on the trail. That's one for every person.
There were several. Ashley and I were at kind of at the end. I wasn't for sure if I would physically be able to. They were going to hike on up to the meadows, and I wanted to try, but I couldn't physically. And I told Ashley, I said, I can't do it. I'm going to have to go back. Well, Ashley turned then to go back with me. And that's what we saw in just, very few minutes.
3
Yeah.
minutes max. Like,
Yeah.
it was not a long time between when
No.
we first walked past that spot to when we stopped and then turned around and came back. And it's, it's like a neon sign at midnight in the desert on the ground. We're like, wait a minute, look at this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this photo is if you want to go to the next one.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we've had that happen too, right, Arla?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
A
Yeah.
few times, and I mean, and I've had it happen.
Oh yeah. And
on my
I
own many
have it
times too.
happen. I have it happen here too. I mean, these things are things that are going on with people. What I liked about what was happening is there were more than just one of us that it was happening to. And everything that happened to anybody at this happened to everybody, because everybody was affected by the energy of what was going on in a very, very positive way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Totally.
Okay, actually, I hope
What's the
I hope
story
the-
with this one?
Yeah.
This one is that's windfall, right? Wind that picked up a 800-pound log and
Flipped
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, this was like one of 2. So these seesaws, phenomenally huge. And this was over in the Kelly's Corner area. And there was a lot going on over there. It wasn't just necessarily structures out of wood, but beautiful groupings of raven feathers and anomalies,
And there was-
anomalies with
And there
the
was no stump on that?
yeah, that was like sod. And so like what was that sod somewhere else and then brought in? It didn't look like a break. There wasn't, shards coming off of the end of it. So if that was like a logged something from somewhere else and then brought in to maybe become a seesaw, maybe it was,
Mhm.
for like a
I need you to run back out there and take a picture of the end of
okay. I'll be right back.
it.
Here we go. What do we got here? Same one or is this a different one?
That
Different
might
one,
be-
obviously.
It might be a different one, but they were both within the same type of configuration
Yeah.
of, like shoved and then kind of balancing act within the trees. So, I mean,
I think that's so interesting. That's kind of speaks to their culture because we saw another seesaw at a place when we were back at the first camping in the
Yeah.
Blues.
seesaws were probably my favorite toy as a kid. Like like the equipment on the playground, that's fun. That's a lot of fun. That's like a really beautiful like interaction that you get to do with another person, and what you do affects the other person and what they do affects you.
Mhm.
So there's almost like there's like a lesson in how you interact with people
Yeah.
on the
And
seesaw.
you have to work
Well,
together
well-
to make it work right. Yeah.
You have to work together and you have to be
Mhm.
humble and gentle.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
unless Tom's on one end and then you can't get anything to work. See, that's my bad lesson that I didn't learn from the beginning of the show.
Then
Yeah.
you learn how to adjust. Because
Yeah.
if you adjust your center point, then you do balance.
Yeah.
Well, these things you call them seesaws. I call them floaters, but I think that's an important kind of part of what they do is they have things floating in the air, or an entire tree sometimes will be tangled up between two other trees, so the whole tree is actually floating. It's even though it's vertical, it's off the ground by 3 or 4 feet, so it's just hanging. So there's this whole floating, hanging kind of. I don't know what those messages are, but I look out for those. Sometimes they're little
Yep.
small. They're small, like something in a bush.
That's in the
Yeah.
same area, just a really beautiful X that I found in this area. So there was the floater seesaws. There was also these two really, really interesting. If you go to the next one, I think it'll show it. Branches, tree trunk things. This is a leaner that was in the same area as well, and it's like this one piece that comes and branches off into 3. So I feel whenever I see this, I think that there's significance to the Trinity. There's significance to 3. They put the 3 out, or at least I interpret 3 a lot in obvious ways like this, where there's 3 coming off of this. I see this a lot. I don't know what it means, but I'm getting it at home in the forest, different forests. And it's an X with the baseline. So here was another one. Huh?
Baseline means all.
Okay.
Now what the modifier on the right means, I don't know, but the baseline means that's a welcome to all.
Welcome to all. Okay. Good to know.
Here we go.
Here we go. So there's so much going on in this photo. This tree, magnificent tree, was right next to our camp, kind of in between Cindy's tent and my tent, and it was over to the side. I did make a video out of this, which I put on my YouTube channel, and when I was editing the film together, I noticed that in my footage from the first full day of our arrival, this was already there. This did not show up later. This was already there, at least on the first day. But I did not notice it until the last day. And the last full day before we got up and packed up. And I had just been sitting there at the picnic table in the camp area, and I casually looked over and I said, "What is that? What is going on over there?" And I get closer, and it's two rusty old hangers and a knife that was shoved into the ground at the base of this tree. So number one, the type of communication that I've been getting at my home includes sticks stuck in the ground at the base of a Hollywood tree in my front yard. So there's a connection to that.
Yeah.
Number two, I love knives. I love my pocket knives. I love my buck knife. When I go camping, I can wear my knives because it's not like, socially unacceptable to have a big knife on the side of, your belt. And I'll use them for the utilitarian purposes of that you need knives for camping. I always have my knives. I showed my friend Bet, who came to camp with us, and she's highly sensitive. And I was like, look at this. They left me a knife. She's like, yeah, because you're wearing all your knives. Like, they think it's funny. They find it humorous. You've got all your knives on. So they gave me a knife. And the wire, I have been concentrating, at least for the last like 3 or 4 weeks, on an art project that I'm going to be doing. I have this art project, includes wood and stone and wire and metal. And I've been going to the home improvement store. I've been looking on Amazon. I've been trying to figure out what type of wire that I'm going to use in my art piece. These wires happen to be the exact shape that I needed for one particular aspect of my art that I'm working on.
Wow.
I did not tell one person. Actually, I told one person. I told Lee, one person at camp, about this art project. I didn't mention it anywhere else. And when I told her, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this thing. It was a quiet conversation that lasted 10 seconds. But I had been thinking about this for weeks at home here in my town, 600 miles away from this location. But I was gifted wire. I was gifted wire. And it's the most special wire I could ever be gifted for this most special art project that I'm currently working on. How beautiful is that?
That's way cool. That's very cool.
Very cool.
And that it was there from the beginning and no one saw it.
Exactly.
There was others over there walking around the tree, walking around that area. And that is not something that you would think you wouldn't notice.
Yeah, it was in plain sight. It was completely in plain sight. There was human walking around that area. You could see that area from multiple angles from it's right there. It's right there. It's on the way to the bathroom, but yeah, I did not see it until I was sitting there and I looked over, had the inclination to look over, and then it was like, aha. And then I was like, wow, they just put it here. And then I went back into my footage and I was like, it was there the whole time. It was there the whole time.
Arla, kind of reminds you of a toy car left on a log, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so beautiful. It's an absolute testament to their attention to detail within your own brain. You know what I mean? Like what you're thinking about, where your heart is at. There's so much thought behind it. This knife, when I came home, I was like, well, what is this knife? I got to look it up. And luckily you can still read on the blade, it's an Echo Forge, made in the USA steak knife that it's sold on Etsy as a vintage item. So it could be 1970s, 1980s. It's in perfect condition for being out in the forest like for 40 years. And it's beautiful. I absolutely like the serration on it is it's brand new. There's no worn down nature to this knife. It's like, you know, someone went camping there in the 1970s, lost their knife in their kitchen stuff. It's a kitchen steak knife. They lost it, or maybe it was picked up or whatever, and it was kept in perfect condition until this moment where they
Someday-
handed it back.
Can I just say one thing? You mentioned the word inclination, and I bet you I bet you don't actually think it was inclination, because from my experience, you
Yeah,
know,
they
we're
had me
guided.
look.
We're guided to. Yeah, they had you look. We're guided.
They had
to
me
look.
look.
We're
Finally.
guided to places. We're guided to thoughts. We've got thought placements. So this is a prime example of that. And I know you know that. I just wanted to clarify that for people.
For
right?
sure. Yeah. Like, I mean, absolutely. I had the inclination because the inclination was given to me by them to really focus on my attention over here. And I get that too with the Star Nations. I can be standing outside and have an inclination, have a guidance to look in a very specific area.
Right.
And then there's a connection. Then there's a visual from them. This is a photo of just, I took all the bouquets home. So Cindy, if you're watching, I have them, and you know, they were mostly in front of your tent. And if you'd like them, I can hand them back over, but they are in safekeeping. And these are the three that we found. So the first one is the grouping that was underneath the picnic table that Lee saw. The second one in the middle is the one that showed up right next to Arla's feet. And then the third one is the one that that was the first one that we found. So
Awesome.
just gorgeous. Also, okay, so when I came home, I got a glyph. You know, I got a glyph at home of an A. Maybe it's for Ari, maybe it's for Ashley, maybe it's for Alicia. I don't know, but it's an
Or
A.
maybe it's for all.
For all.
Maybe it's for all. A is such an important letter to the human too, and it has so many different meanings. It's like the alpha or the beginning, or you know, something like that. But with this, there's a lot more going on in there. There is light language in that as well
Yeah, when you take
going on.
so this is hilarious, because when I walked out with my dog to take him outside, I saw this and it was in the exact same spot, but it was almost like a cigar shape. And I looked at it, I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. There's literally nothing else around. I know that your point of origin is probably that field that's over here, but that's pretty far away. We don't have a lot of wind. I'm recognizing you. I see you. As in, it was in a different shape. So then I went back inside, and maybe it was like a half hour later, Yvonne went outside. My partner went outside to take our dog out there, and she came back in. She's like, I think you want to see something. And so I went outside with her. I was like, oh yeah, I saw that earlier, but wait a minute, it's different now. It looks like an A. And now if you look, there's a heart. There's a heart within that top, you know, part. And it comes down, and there's I kind of see two hearts. Like, no, down. So right down, and then right there. So you look at this heart shape. I don't know where your cursor went, but yeah, like this, it goes all the way down to the, you know, the middle left side. There's I guess I'll
Tilted left or right.
yeah. I mean, does anybody else see the hearts?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So multi-layered, absolutely multi-layered, and beautiful.
Yeah.
So this is the tent. This is my tent. And just take a snapshot of the shape of the tent. It's boxy. It's beautiful. Great tent. I love it. And then go to the next picture. Hey, does that look familiar or what? This is a single branch that is in the perfect shape to mimic the shape of my tent. And I found it at the corner of my tent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
Oh, wow. Yeah.
and that is also the same area where I had most of my interaction at nighttime with them on the other side. They were in that general area. And then they left a glyph that looks just like my tent.
Well,
So
yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. That's
yeah. So those are all my pictures.
beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Yeah. Other things happened. There was so much. I had a lot of activity outside of the tent. I had fingernails across the mesh of the tent windows. I had rocks thrown. I had shuffling of feet. And it wasn't like Sam had said, he heard them from afar and then they got closer and then he heard him walk away. What I was experiencing was a shuffle, shuffle, shuffle with no coming or going, but just like very much all around the tent with like walking, crunch, 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 crunch. On that first morning too, after the first night, when I woke up and I did a walk around the tent to see if I could see anything. And there were these 3 small grass groupings. 3 small grass groupings in a row, kind of like in the belt of Orion. And then I looked closer and there was finger marks that had drawn circles around the crop or around the little tufts of grass, the 3 tufts of grass. And there was spirals that had been made with a finger around each one of those. And then I was like, that's awesome. That's beautiful. That's so great. And then I later, I forget who pointed out the obvious to me. I follow crop circles. And this was also like very close to a special anniversary date in my life in which on that date during the month of July, which is like when all the crop circles happen, but specifically on that date, there will be a crop circle that appears in the world that I can have a direct correlation to the encodement. And that has happened more than one occasion on this particular special date to me. And it will reflect the number of years into that special date. So it was close to this time frame. The camp out was close to this time frame of this anniversary, which I was like, I wonder if I'm going to get a crop circle that's going to be special, and if it's going to, it's going to correlate with this one. It's happened before. I'm excited, and it's like, well, you got some crop circles from the Sasquatch around your tent. That's pretty special too, So that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
They make crop circles.
Yeah, those things were really cool. I was wondering if you got any pictures of them, but they were really neat.
It's inside of my video. So I did a walk around and you can see him in the video on my channel. So
okay.
Yeah.
Is this your stuff, Barb?
That is.
You want to get into it?
Sure. Is Ashley done?
Yeah, I'm all done. Thank you so much.
Well, thank
Thanks,
you.
Ashley. Very cool.
That was very cool, actually. Yeah.
Thank you, Ashley. That's awesome.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you all for being part of everything. Love you.
Love you too.
What are we looking at here, Barb?
So this is a photo from our May camp out here in Greenwater. This is you'll see the back of Heidi's vehicle there, and you'll notice under the corner there's a stick that's very delicately balanced, propped up there.
Yeah.
So the story behind
Right here,
is,
right?
Yeah, right there. Yep. So we had gone drumming. Tracy and I went up the hill above camp drumming, and there were a few people went with us. I don't recall who all was there, but there was a few of us that went. And we came back down, and as we came back into the camp area, I kind of cut off from the group to go put my tent or my drum away in my tent. And everybody else continued on over to the group site. And so, I mean, it took me maybe 30 seconds to just step into my tent, put my drum down, and walk back out. So I come out of the little driveway to my campsite onto this the little gravel road that goes in there. And I look up, and like 30 feet in front of me, right here, where basically on the corner of this vehicle, there's a 7-foot-ish tall Sasquatch standing right there. And he just kind of was completely backlit from the fire and the lights at the group area. And he just kind of turned, and he took like 2 steps behind the vehicle here off into the darkness. And it kind of reminded me of, the old John Cleese thing where he's doing the funny steps where he makes the big long legs walking away. He was like all legs when he turned to walk away.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty excited about this. I go on over to the group area, and I'm like, oh my gosh, there was just a Sasquatch. He's just right here, just here. And everybody's like, but you got to see the stick. And I'm like, stick? No, there's a Sasquatch was just right here. And they're freaking out about the stick. Well, I don't know anything about the stick. And so we go back over there, and here it turns out that right there where the Sasquatch had been, where the stick was placed right up under the back of the vehicle there, right in the exact place where the Sasquatch was a minute before. So that's cool.
That's pretty cool for sure.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
So
Well, these are cool. What do we got here?
what's the next one there? I'm not seeing anything new yet.
No?
All I see is the other picture still.
Anybody
Oh,
else see the new ones?
Yeah, I
That
see it.
also from the May camp up on the hill above campsite. We spotted this early in the camp, like in the first days. You'll notice the rock with the Sasquatch face. And he even has like the coned head and then the 2 sticks, YY. So we looked at that for the longest time thinking face YY, what does this mean? And it was probably a couple of weeks went by, and one night I was chatting with Ashley and I typed it out, and it was like face wise. I just put Y''S wise, and it suddenly clicked in my head. Oh, Sasquatch wise. I get it now. Sasquatch, yes, Sasquatch is very wise. So that was like,
Oh, that's adorable.
yeah. So what's the next one you got here?
Oh, is this the footprint that we saw? Did I find this, or did I point it out to you and you had already seen it? Is this the one just off the trail in July?
No. Okay. So, the footprint cast that Ashley was talking about, where the flowers were.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So back in June, when she was leaving, she stopped. There's always an X that marks the entrance to our camp area. And she had found a footprint right beside that. Well, then Heidi and I went back to cast it for her. And while we were casting it, we found this handprint that was about 25 feet away from it. It was very fresh.
Oh, that's a handprint? I almost thought it was a track. Okay.
Yeah. I wish I had gone back and, done a little bit more with that handprint. Also, you can't really see it very well, but off to the side, there's also a little footprint right there too. But yeah, so that was right next to the handprint or the footprint we cast at our May camp here in Greenwater.
Okay. Oh, this is cool.
So
story.
what do we have?
The porta potty, or the potty hut story.
Okay, so at our June camp, in May we had face YY or Sasquatch wise.
And at our June camp, we had our potty tent set up. And the very first morning, I was the first one up, and I went in and I sat down and I looked, and right there by my feet was I haven't seen it come up yet. Is it changed?
Oh, it's been there for
There
2
it is.
minutes.
Okay, so I looked. Yeah, well, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, oh, it's a pie glyph. Well, with a back on it and things under the legs, and oh, it's the potty chair. So that was literally in the potty tent, right in front of the potty chair, and it is a perfect depiction of the potty chair. And if you look, there's an upside down blade of grass that actually represents the tinkle going down into the hole.
Oh my God.
You see it?
Yeah. Right here?
Yeah. So if you go to the next year.
Okay, I've got the next
The next
picture up, but like it seems to be delayed for you, but that's the big view of it. Are we seeing that? I'm seeing it
Yeah.
like
So,
immediately.
okay. And on the it's right in front of the what would be the right leg, the board there. So, we even put the boards underneath to keep it from, being tippy. And yeah, the boards are also included in the glyph. So yeah, sitting there looking down, and it's like, oh, the chair. So not only is Sasquatch wise, but Sasquatch is hilarious.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I've always said with some of the glyphs they make, well, I'm sure there's there's multi-purposes for them, but two of them are they'll be writing you a message, like they'll be communicating with you through a language written in sticks, or it'll be a depiction of what they're seeing or whatever, like for example, when Sue and I that tent glyph that they drew, and with that story, and it's the same kind of thing. So very cool.
Yes. Have literally the potty chair glyph in front of the potty chair in the potty tent.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty obvious. I mean, you'd have to be a pretty harsh skeptic to not look at that and seriously say there's something going on there. I think even Stinkberg would have to.
Yeah, they're randomly felt
Although
like that.
maybe not. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
So this stick here, as Ashley was saying, at her house where she lives, she's been getting a lot of things sticking out of the ground.
Yeah.
And I also here at the cabin in Greenwater been getting a lot of sticks stuck in the ground. Even at one point, Ashley had sent me a picture of one that she had found, which was nothing more than a fragile little maple leaf stem that was stuck in the ground. And it was within a few days, I found a maple leaf stem stuck in the ground, sticking straight out of the hard packed gravel of the driveway. And,
wow.
Goldie's things. And it got knocked over one day. I'm out there by the woodshed where this very fragile maple leaf stem is sticking out of the gravel. And then now it's leaning. So Goldie walks over to it, uses her nose to push it upright, and then just walks away like she just knew it was supposed to be upright. But
oh my God,
so then in our May camp, after I had the sighting of the 7-foot-ish tall Sasquatch behind Heidi's vehicle, the next day we were looking around, and just across from where my tent was are all these sticks stuck in the ground. And okay, well, that's really cool. So then here we're at our June camp out, a completely different location here in Greenwater, and I'm having experiences outside my tent. And the next day I look around and I found this stick just sticking out of the ground right on the other side of a clump of bushes next to my tent. So here, once again, I've got this validation of the stick sticking out of the ground. That it's just so cool.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, now we're getting into some fingerprints and stuff.
Okay, so these are on the inside of Lee's car, on the inside of her sunroof. And you can see these are just
car.
What's
locked
that?
Car. My locked car.
Locked? Inside of your locked car. Well, during the May camp out, Lee had a handprint on the inside of her driver's window. Well, then during the June camp out, that's when we went and we found all these things that were up on the inside of the sunroof. And if you look, there's actually, you see the fingertips and like the palm print, but there's also like one big, huge fingerprint right there in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is just part of it, part of the window. We couldn't get it all in one picture. We were kind of struggling to get him to show up as it was, because we were in there. She was holding the light and I'm holding the camera, trying to get it all to show up. But the one at the bottom there, the dermal ridges in it were just beautiful.
Right here, yeah.
Yeah. But it to
Absolutely.
me, it was like everybody just reached in, took a hand and reached in, and it's like, oh, we're gonna leave some little signatures, little sign we were here in the locked car.
Yep.
On the
Yeah, oh, look
side.
at that.
Yeah, so that's
There's
the big one. Yeah,
There's the
okay,
dermal
little-
ridges. There's the dermal ridges here.
Yeah,
Oh, you see it? They're coming faster for you now?
I've got that one now. Yeah, isn't that something?
Really
It's
is.
beautiful.
It really is. Wow. Well, now what's going on here with your watch?
Okay, so now this is Cindy's watch, and I'm sure Lee's gonna have some to add on this. We had made a visit to her boyfriend Andy's place, and well, Lee, if you'd like to tell about this, about Andy's place.
Oh, you want me to tell?
Do tell,
Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead and tell him about Andy.
Well, he lives in the forest, in the Blue Mountains, not far from where we were camping. This is the first part of the July campout. And I just had the feeling that I needed to take Arla specifically, and then Barb wanted to go too, to Andy's place. He's got crystals. He's got a house full of crystals and crystals around his property. Just amazing stones. And we were inside looking at some pictures that he had taken with trail cams. He's got trail cams around because we wanted to track the animals, not for the Sasquatch at all, but they've gotten involved over the years. And we were looking at the pictures, and Cindy put her hand on one of the crystals sitting on his table, and then her watch started going nuts. And then another Brendan's watch started going crazy. And everybody thought it was the crystals. But I've been there for years on and off, and nothing like that has ever happened. The only time we've ever had any kind of technological glitches was a time when I was walking down a trail between two trail cams, and I was mind speaking, I guess you would say, with Sasquatch, I thought. And the trail cams glitched in that they didn't have any picture. I think they might have gone white actually. And the time switched forward or back, I don't remember which, but then the next picture, it was normal again on both these trail cams that I was walking between. That's the only time we've ever had any technological glitches. And so rather than maybe the crystals amplified it, but I think there was Sasquatch in the house with us and all around actually, because when we first arrived, Darla said, I just saw two up there on the hill. So
Yeah. Well, that was the second day, because the first day we went and it was so amazing and magical that we went back the second day to take more people to experience this. And Cindy was there the second day. And the first day I was there, being in the house, I think the energy from the crystals was getting to me and my stomach was getting a little upset. And the second day I was in there for maybe 20 minutes or so, and my stomach was getting upset again. So I went outside. And that's when Cindy came out, and her watch was doing the odd thing again. So I asked her if, do you mind if I film this? And this is a screenshot from that video, because I noticed when it went back to normal that there was a fingerprint in the picture. And so on our way back after we left Andy's and we're headed back to camp, and she was riding with me. And I thought that was pretty cool. I said to her that, hey, that's really neat that you have a background picture on your Fitbit that is a fingerprint. How appropriate, because of all the fingerprints and handprints and everything. And she says, I don't have a fingerprint. There's no background picture. And she showed me. She put up her arm and showed me there's no background picture on it. But then when we got back to camp, it started doing it again. And this time you might notice in this picture that the fingerprint is gold. Well, back at camp, her phone, her watch was freaking out. And when it went back to normal, the fingerprint was there again, except this time it was green. And also you'll notice that the battery thing went from being in the upper right corner to the upper left corner. And yeah, so here we get all these handprints and all these beautiful fingerprints and everything. And it was like, well, it's like Sam was saying earlier, you know, with the levels of interaction with and how funny they can be about things. You know, here we get literal fingerprints all over the vehicles, but here they put one inside the electronic device, you know, and we later found out that that actually was a screen option when Cindy got home and reset it and got it going again, that was in there, but she didn't know. None of us knew it. And of all the things to come up on that screen, but to be a fingerprint, it was just so appropriate. But
Wow.
Another thing that happened, I think if you go to the next picture, I can't see what it is yet, but during that same trip, you know, like Lee just said, Arla had, as we pulled up, Arla had noticed, oh, nope, that's not the right one. Go ahead. There'll be a picture of my car window with some prints on it.
There we
That's the
go.
right one.
Okay, so after we left Andy's and you know, the watch had been doing the weird thing, and we get back, we're going back to camp, and it's a long road down the gravel. And so we're collecting dust on the gravel road. Okay, now my window had been down before we even left, so I know these weren't there when we left camp, otherwise they would have been smeared. They're actually pristine. As we're going back down the road, and I'm talking to Cindy about the fingerprint in her watch, and she's holding it up and showing me that it's not there. I look past her and I see these handprints that are appearing on my window as they're collecting the dust. These happened while we were at Andy's, and you can't really see it. There's 3 of them. One of them is up higher. It's kind of lost in the reflection, but it has a lot of hair in it. The other 2 have beautiful dermal ridges, but they're all smaller than any of us. These are from the little individual Sasquatches that Arla saw when we got to Andy's, I believe. So I might have sent you a little video clip that'll give you a better look at those.
Yeah, I've got a video clip too. We can play that at the end of the pictures.
Okay, yeah. So that was what happened when we went to Andy's the second day, was the watch with the fingerprint in it, and we came home with all these prints on my window. And we basically discovered them both at the same time going down the road on the way back. So those are,
And we got some pine cones on the tire.
okay. Things are a little out of order, but that's fine. It's all wonderful.
They are? Well, that's how you sent them, I thought.
Well, I think maybe sometimes they don't always reach you in the order that I send them.
Okay.
We're going to leap ahead to the second half of our blues camp out. When we were leaving the first part, I had a blowout on my tire, and just after we the gravel, and I got to tell you, my pit crew was the best, because my car was completely packed, and I'll bet it didn't take 25 minutes to get the car unloaded, spare tire out, changed, and everything loaded back into the car again, and we were back on the road in 25 minutes. But unfortunately, it was a Sunday, and they couldn't fix the tire, so I had to wait until Les Schwab opened on Monday. So I stayed in Walla Walla and just got a room for that night. And then the next morning, I was there as soon as they opened the doors. I got my new tires, and I headed straight for the second half of our camp, our second location. And that day, I was setting up my camp, and I turned around, and here I had 2 tires placed on my new tire, or 2 cones placed on my new tire. So I thought that was their sign they approved.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, pretty neat, huh?
Very cool. Yep. You know, we got 2 sticks side by side. And maybe something here.
The heart rock.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, in May, we had Face YY, Sasquatch Wise. Well, not far from where the honey buns were placed, we found these sticks and a coyote or dog. So I think it was Kathy was the first one to spot the rock, and she was looking at it from the other direction, and she said, "Hey, this is almost a star if it had one more point." And as soon as I looked and I saw the two sticks with the rock, it just had the total energy, the total feel of Face YY, So I kind of walked around it and realized, oh, so we have stick coyote. But then it was Ashley's friends, Bet and Rosemary, that this actually had a really strong connection for. So the two of them, the tall one, the short one, and their dog. And then you can't see it, but there's another stick that was placed facing upright. It had been turned, so it pointed it up. And they believe that represented their dog who had just recently passed. So this was a very, very beautiful spiritual gift for them that was right there by the honey bun stuff.
That's awesome.
But yeah, stick, dog face.
Okay, we got some more prints, I guess, here. By door handle. Wonder why you're
Okay,
so delayed
so-
there, Barb. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, I'm not sure why. But well, things are always kind of weird here. But the day that we went to Kelly's Corner, we were up on the hill and exploring, and we found some stuff, and there were some really cool glyphs. And I had found a cool, like, another dog face type rock, heart/dog face type rock. And we got out the machine, the sound of the music machine, and we listened to the plants that were there, and it was all very beautiful. And when we went to leave, we got back to camp, and here I have this beautiful handprint on the side of my car, and you can even see like there's a thumb at the top of it. The palm, you can see this like almost suction marks as it lifted because it was wet, and then the fingertips looked like they danced all around, but there's a little bit of the wrist showing. And then right beside it, I'm not sure where that came from because that part had been there before we went to Kelly's Corner, but Arla noticed that it's like a masked face. There's like two eyes and he's wearing the mask. And yeah, so the big handprint came back with us from Kelly's Corner, and it's right beside the masked face there.
Hey, Brian, could you try to enlarge that one? The one with the handprint? It's too late
hang on a
now.
minute.
That's all right. It's too late. Doesn't matter. Oh, there you go. Yeah,
I can't seem to move these chat boxes like I used to though, but whatever.
Okay, so this is when we were at Kelly's Corner. There were all these, I don't know if they were nests or growths or exactly.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're already seeing the picture I took off. I had another picture.
Oh,
Okay,
there
so
we
where
go.
do you want to go? Do you
Oh,
want to
I
look
was
at the
just,
print?
I just wanted to get a closer look at it. This is amazing. Both of them are amazing. I don't know what they are.
Okay.
Go
I mean,
ahead.
look at the top of the handle there. And it's such an awkward position to even touch the car. They had to be darn near hugging it.
It looked like they might have
Yes.
been leaning up against it, like their wrist or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, so we're onto the nest now. I guess this delayed reaction is kind of weird.
Yeah.
So what are we looking here? A big nest or something?
Yeah, see, these are like massive. These are just, there were some of them that weren't huge, but most of them were, 6, 8, 10 feet tall. These huge clusters up in the trees at Kelly's Corner. So, yeah, we don't know. Tom was saying that they're squirrel nests, but they're just like massive. They're really,
that's
really massive.
Wow. Are they
Yeah.
squirrel nest, Tom?
I haven't gotten,
That's too big for a squirrel's nest. Squirrel's nest will be 2 or 3 feet.
yeah.
Yeah,
I've never
these-
seen anything 6 to 8 feet tall. I don't know what they
these
were
were,
doing.
these were huge.
Yeah.
I have some video footage of them that I'm going to post here as soon as I can get to it, but that'll show you a
Okay.
little better. But you could walk around them, and they were really, really big.
Aerial
So they're-
pack rats.
Few of them,
Yeah,
don't know how.
That was pretty much it, other than Kevin's picture there.
Okay, well, then go ahead and play that little video clip I sent you that'll show you the handprints a little better that we came
Yeah,
back from
I
Andy's
will.
with.
Give me a second here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let me know when you can see it.
Oh, there we go. So you can see the higher one up there. It's got a lot of like hair smears in it, and the lower ones.
Pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
Those pretty much are juvenile handprints, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Those were smaller than any of us in camp.
Yeah. I just think that's important. I just think the Sasquatch children seem to be so important, and the parents bring them right into friendships with humanity, with humans. That's just really touching, something touching about that.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you wanted to share from the last camp, or
Well,
more
yeah.
favorite memories? And yeah, go and feel free, and then we'll ask Darla some of her experiences. So go
Okay,
ahead.
well, I had such a wonderful time. Just, to me, I feel like I've had more than my share of experiences as it is. So, when I put my intentions out, I usually put it out for the campers, for all of you to have the experiences. But,
Right.
Being in the place where we were, everything, they're with you there the whole time. They hear everything that's going on. They hear what you're talking about, and they respond to you individually. They give you what is important to you. And one of the things, I missed the first night because I flat tire, when the lights and things like that. One of the first things that happened when I got there that next day was sitting there right in the group area, and I look up, and in the middle of the daytime, there's this big white orb just floating through the treetops. And it's like, oh yeah.
Right.
There were several of the ladies were sitting at the picnic table doing crafts at the time, and they were so involved with what they're doing. I'm like, hey, look, orb, there's an orb up in the trees right up here, orb. And finally they stopped and turned around and was like, okay, well, it's gone now. I think Becky was sitting next to me. She got to see it too, but that was so cool. But I think one of the most wonderful parts of that whole camp out, that part of the camp out, was Arla's honey buns. And I think Arla should tell you about that.
Well, I get it out of order because you were actually overseeing the honey bun escapade. Um, so you had as much to do with it as I did, and Matthew was the culprit that brought about the honey buns, because as I was getting packed to leave to go to Washington, Matthew had been to the grocery store and he bought a couple of boxes of honey buns. And I said to him when he came in, why did you get those? You know, I can't eat them. And he said, I didn't get them for you. I got them for you to take to Washington to them out there. So they were specifically sent by Matthew for all the guys that were out there. And we had so much fun with it. I thought it was interesting that he bought two boxes. So we had the 50-50 rule that I have with them, sharing everything 50-50. They were allowed to play on that, and they did in more ways than one. Go ahead, Barb. Tell them, where you put them and
Well, there's a spot there that we've used in the past for when we were trying to decide if we wanted to have certain foods on the menu. So we used it specifically one time to decide if we were going to have pulled pork or spaghetti. So we had a plate of spaghetti with meatballs, and we had a plate with pulled pork open face sandwich with barbecue sauce. And we go up behind where we're camped and put it behind this log. And they know the question, which do you prefer? Which should we keep? Well, the next day the spaghetti was untouched. One meatball had a bite out of it and it was put back, but the pulled pork plate was completely cleaned up. There was nothing but the barbecue sauce. So the pulled pork won, and they decided, and they knew what we were doing. So we used that same spot for the honey bun boxes. So I took Arla up there and she placed the boxes. I think it was Monday evening, and told them that was for them. Well, then the next morning, one box was gone. The other box appeared to be right where it was left. I think you left them stacked, one on top of each other. So the first box on the ground was untouched. One was gone. So we're pretty happy about this because they took the honey buns. So we walked back down to the group area, which wasn't too far away. And I just kind of turned around and I said to the forest, please bring the wrappers back. I don't like the idea of all these wrappers being lost out in the woods. So just bring the wrappers back. So it wasn't much longer. It was that same day. I think it was you and Lee that discovered.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah,
we were down there setting, and we were talking about it. And I said, well, let's go back there and look, or something like that. So Lee and I went back there. And at that point, I think there was the one was missing, but you had already looked and one was missing, but they had brought back the one that was missing prior and laid it there adjacent to where we had the other. The interesting thing was that they had, you could see how they opened it. They had grabbed it like that, and it was like this fingernail went into the side of the box, and the thumb went down the side and popped it open. And inside, there was an empty wrapper. They had taken a honey bun out and ate it, and placed the empty wrapper right back in the place where they had pulled the honey bun out. So they abided by Barb's wishes that they not leave the wrappers out laying around. They put it back in the box.
Yep. And they abided by your 50% rule by only taking one box.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then they went further after that. We had gone back to check, and the other box had been opened. The box that was left had been opened, and they had taken one out and ate half a honey bun and then put it back inside the box in the wrapper.
Yeah.
So they were taking the 50-50 rule to the nth degree.
Yeah.
And that's where Lee had gotten when we were setting out there across from the creek, where they saw the bushes being shook, and then you showed the reenactment of that I saw the one skirt on pretty quick across there, and Lee had that feeling that they were going to check the honey buns out, but we had already removed the honey buns. So.
Yeah. Well, it kind of plays into do you like honey buns too? Judge these. Are honey buns
Yes.
good?
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody was like going to go and have a sample. It's like, okay, this person ate the whole honey bun, liked it, not, it was okay, but put the wrapper back. One bite's good, put it back in the box.
I know. It was just so cool that they put the wrappers back into the box. And when we took this out, that honey bun had been opened across the side of it. There were no chews, no bites, no anything else. It's like you pick that honey bun up and rip the side to open it in a line, and then they stuck it right back in the hole where that honey bun would have been. It wasn't pushed in there or crammed in there. It was laying flat in there. There were no bite marks or chews or anything on any of this.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then that night, then after, okay, so the two boxes were out on the first night, and then the next night we left one box in the cabin, and we took one box back out and put it up there, and we put it behind the log where they'd been the first time.
Yeah.
And then morning it was no longer behind the log, it was in front of the log, and there was like a little hole under the log where it conceivably could have gone through, but there was no drag marks, no push marks. There was a hole nearby, but a little squirrel's not going to drag a big box through a hole when he could just chew a hole in the box and takes what he wants right where it's at. And so we kept an eye.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh,
I was just going to say, we looked very closely to make sure that there were no drag marks, and that dirt was kind of powdery. So if anything had been drugged through there would definitely have been signs that it had been drugged.
Yeah, it wasn't. It had been picked up and just put there. And it was so powdery that you could see the tracks from the little squirrel that had been coming and going out of the hole that was there beside it. And on the other side, there had been, I don't know if it was like knuckle marks or toe marks, but there was a very clear, good sized print right there beside it in the dust. And over the course of the day, you could even see the little squirrel tracks going across the big print. Yeah. And there was another smaller it there too that might have been some knuckle marks, something too, but at that one I don't recall. I think they took another honey bun out of it. There was another one that was taken. I think
there was an extra wrapper. Yeah, they didn't put that one back in. It was laying there at the side of the log.
Yeah, so I think what happened is we got confused about which box we left in the cabin and which box we took back. So I think we took out the one that had the empty wrapper in it and left the partial honey bun in the cabin. I did. Done it the other way around. Yeah. But yes, the next day there was a honey bun wrapper on the ground beside the box. And then there was like a partially eaten wrapper that the rodents were working on, or not wrapper, but a honey bun unwrapped on the ground that the rodents were working on. So I think somebody else had come and pulled one out and went, not my thing. Yeah. And then just left it there for
yeah. And then
weird.
Yeah. I've never left them honey buns ever for them to get, but always at Georgia, when we had our gatherings there every year, I always took honey buns for me. I can't eat them anymore, but I did then, and they were notorious for getting in my locked car and eating my honey buns. So it was just kind of an extension to see what's going to happen out there, and it was fun.
Well, I wonder if the folks over in the Blues know about the ones in Georgia and thought, well, hey, if they like them down there, we should give them a shot.
Indigo was there, of course. So who knows what, Indigo had said to anybody at that point. So, yeah.
Well, you might have told them how much of a kick we're going to get out of it if you guys try these tonight.
and they had to enjoy watching us as we were trying to go through that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. The pure joy that filled my heart when you pulled an empty wrapper out of that box.
It was like They listened to me.
They did. That was just beautiful.
How would you, we're getting on to 3.5 hours here, so I think we should wrap it up in a bit, but I would just want to ask you, how would you describe the growth you've seen in the Barb and Gabby Goldie campouts over the years? What are some of the things that you think of been blossoming or coming to fruition, or beautiful things that are developing from what you've been doing?
Well, I think the most beautiful part of it is seeing the campers blossoming. People like Lee, who come in and they're terrified, and they have the curiosity, and they want to know, and they want to learn, and they come in, and within a short amount of time, their whole mindset changes. The fear goes away, and the curiosity just grows, and they begin to have experiences, and then those experiences are validated, and then they go and they share, and they're on places like this, sharing with the people who are listening now, and it just keeps growing, getting better. And I get messages from people who were inspired by our campouts to go and have their own, and now they're out inspiring other people, and the ripples just keep spreading, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and you're spreading a very positive message about who the Sasquatch people are. Positive message about respecting them, like like you would respect any person, and you kind of the perfect perfectly between like the evidence thing and the spiritual teaching, which I think to you are probably more important than the evidence. But you got a good blend of both of them, so you're kind of in a very good place where you can reach both kind of interests in both camps and whatever. So I think you're doing a remarkable job.
Well, it really helps to solidify the spiritual experiences when you have something solid to look at, to hold on to, whether it's a rock with a Sasquatch face, or a fingerprint, or a wrapper. It could be just the simplest, even just a piece of cone that looks like a face that was left for you as a gift. These are the things that make the spiritual part of it solid and cemented, and they go hand.
Yeah. By the way,
have a
I never
question.
really thought, let me just quickly say this, Bean. But by the way, I never really thought of this until I thought of it at the time, and then it just came to me again. Just as we were doing this interview here, is that I think the first night that I spent in that room where that really powerful energy was, I felt like something significant happened, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is yet. Felt like it's just beyond my grasp, but I felt like something happened. So maybe we'll find out. We'll find out. But it felt like that. It felt
one of the things that helps.
What?
One of the things that helps with this group is that there are people to whom evidence has a higher value than the spiritual, and then we have other people that the spiritual has more value than the evidence. So you get both sides of it well taken care of, well monitored, and that's very, very important. One of the big things I've seen over the years since we first started in this is, and I was invited camp outs at 4 or 5 people. Now the population is limited to 20, and when Barb posts the dates and back in February or March, within 20 minutes they're 90% full. It's
Yeah.
And of course people drop out and other people join, but that's basically they're full immediately. There are people waiting waiting to be part of it.
Yeah, well, like I said, you're really breaking up bad, Tom. You're really breaking up bad. We can only hear like every second word you say or something.
I'm having Wi-Fi problems here.
Yeah,
So
well,
just add word between.
but like I said, like I think that's the thing is that I think that Barb is like almost the perfect balance between both. Like you know, for me, for instance, I basically only care about the spiritual and the teaching part. Barb is right into that, and she's also so she's kind of like covering all the bases, you know, kind of thing, which is good. So, Arla, did you want to share any thoughts on your experiences there before we wrap it up?
Well, I sent you 2 pictures.
Oh, you did? Okay.
They're in your messenger.
Okay. Well, you keep on talking, and I'll
Okay.
get down to getting
what this is Indigo's greeting to me. This happened at the first place where we were camped. I drove in, I stopped my car, I got out, I walked up to the woods and asked, "Where do you want me to be?" And after I'd finished that, I walked back down to my car, and this was right by my door handle to get in my car.
Hang on a second.
And you will also see what looks like hair that has been used in the creating of this. So I wasn't there very long at all when that was done. It was actually done while I wasn't facing my car. I was looking at the woods and then walked right back to my car, and it was there. So that was basically, I mean, I knew he was going with me. And you know, when I saw that, and you know, it's pretty well known that sometimes their skin and hair is a little oily, and so it does attract dirt and things. All right, this was what I saw. And you can see as that looks fanned out, it looks like hair has done that.
Yeah.
And at the bottom of the heart, can you see the heart in this one? I've marked it
right
in.
here.
Yes. Yep. Look down at the bottom, at the point of that heart, and you will see a fingerprint.
Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, you can see the fingerprint. He has taken his arm and fanned out from that heart, all around that heart,
Yeah.
so that the heart then is within this that he did. There are also some other interesting things down below the heart that are marked on there. But it was kind of cool. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, "Thank you, Indigo, for letting me know that you're here, you know, and for caring about me," which was pretty important to me to know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
So how common is that, Arla, do you think, for the Sasquatch guys to travel with their people they're connected with? Because I know with
it's
Indigo travels with you all the time, right?
yeah. He started that back in when I was going to Georgia every year. I mean, and we have him documented in so many ways that it was him that was there at each time. So, yes, he does. But not only that, does he not actually go like that? You're still connected to everybody back at home or all of the others that
Yeah.
that are out there. You're all family. You're all a part of this thing that's going on, where they are walking with us and helping us to see who we really are.
Yeah.
Not just
Yeah.
who they are, but who we are. And I see such a big change in so many people. I mean, I've known Barb since she first came into this through a group that we were in. I remember when she posted the cloaker video. All of these things are, things that I remember that have been a part of my being in this. And that's that's a very special thing to me to know that I had the possibility to do what I told them I would do when I was asked to do it, and that was to share and
Yeah.
to share my experiences. And what I see now is so many people. It's like this huge explosion of
Thousands.
people sharing positive things and about themselves as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, really. Just,
Yeah.
and just
That's-
connecting, waking
I
up.
would start doing this now if not for you, Arla. In the beginning, when I was so confused about what was going on in the woods, I mean, I knew they were out there, but there was so many strange things happening that I had no idea. I had no baseline for. I just wasn't grasping what was happening until I found you online, and I started watching some of the things you'd posted, and you gave me so much clarity. You really made a tremendous difference in my life and my journey. And I I just I can't, words cannot say how grateful I am to you for everything you've done. And thank you
Thank
so much.
And I could echo the exact same sentiments. I remember Arla telling me very early on, but as hard as it is to believe, I'm pretty quick study with them. I figured out a lot of things pretty early on that some people are still struggling with.
Yeah, but
But,
your heart was open. Your heart
Yeah.
was open from the beginning. And that's where so many people now are grasping this, is because so many people's hearts are open now and they're ready. And it makes their journey so much easier. And then to have all of these people out there now who have their hearts open, who are supporting others, that's, I've been in this a lot of years. And I can say that I see so much good, so much good from so
What-
many people. And for any little seed I planted along the way, there was someone who planted two more and someone who planted three more. And so it's,
I think that's the gratitude that's our biggest gratitude, is the seeds that we plant in other people that wake them up, for sure. Absolutely. So,
well, there was a lot of other stuff that happened to me while we were out there, but we can talk about that at another time, because I know we've gone over, and it's, oh my gosh, it's been so wonderful to sit here and relive, what happened out
Yeah.
there. And yes, it was a wonderful trip. It was a hard trip for me. a very hard trip for me. But I can truthfully say for everything that was hard, there was a positive thing that balanced it out.
Yeah. And now, other than maybe, well, unless we can get Mr. Beans to come, and I'm not sure about Sloppy Joe, but looks like we're all going to be together in September again. Tom can manage it. And, I know he would part hell and high water to get there, so hopefully it'll work out. But that'll be fun too.
I wanted to say this. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say this for all the people who are listening out there. It is easier and a much better lifestyle to become friends with the Sasquatch people than it is to bang on trees and shout. And
Yep.
just be friends with the Sasquatch people, and it'll all unfold for you.
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely.
Respect.
Respect. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to say in relation to Arla, and then I guess we should pretty much wrap up. But very important is and like I said, and I'm not giving myself credit or whatever, but I am kind of a quick study in the heart matters, and as far as that this kind of stuff or whatever. So Arla told Sue and I, like, right off the bat, that you go into this pursuit looking for Sasquatch or whatever, and then you find out about yourself, and that really is the entire the entire crux of the biscuit of it for me, because the knowledge in finding out who we are and about ourselves, and the knowledge that they can give us about who we are and about ourselves is like so freeing. It frees us from fear, it frees us from lies, it frees us from deception, it frees us from
Yes.
it frees us from so many things. And I'm getting hit up. The big thing with me with the relationship with the Sasquatch is giving us this reawakening is up to who we truly are, our true power, and reintroducing us to our true nature or whatever, which is so different than the lies and the bullshit that we've been programmed to believe. So it's a really deep thing,
Yes,
and I think the answer to us turning everything around is all in those teachings. I really do, because it's so simple and yet so profound, and it's from the heart, and it just feels pure, and it feels like love, and it's I just wish that other people could, and it's their journey and it's where they are, and it's fine. But I'm always happy when I see somebody who starts getting the connection part, starts picking up on the magic, starts seeing the messages and stuff like that, because then to me you've really got something, and that's the beauty of the relationship with them. Anyway, I just want to say thank you, Barb, for everything you do. Thank you to everybody here, because we all kind of do our own thing, and
Welcome.
it's important work. Yeah.
I've
Thank you.
enjoyed watching you grow, Barb.
Oh, thank you, Arla. I've
You-
enjoyed learning from you.
Yeah, I remember meeting you at one of Tom's early conferences, and we always got along pretty good anyway. But you have come a long way for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, we all are. I'm not saying that like I was here and you were there. I'm just saying we've all come a long,
Me,
long
I'm
way,
stuck
right?
in the mud.
Yeah, but
There's nothing wrong with mud.
well, I mean, it's the mud bath, the thing that he does for the world's handsomest man every night. From the Nile, from the Nile, sands and muds from the Nile. What's on his face, and beauty secrets that he can't share with us all.
I don't know. He doesn't seem to be in denial to me.
Anyway, what do you say? Do we
Katie
wrap it up?
Coons looks like Shanine O'Connor. What's her name? O'Connell?
O'Connor. Yeah, Sinead.
O'Connell.
Yeah.
Sinead O'Connor?
No, you're thinking of Rosie O'Connell. That's
No,
different.
Sinead,
No,
Sinead
Shanine,
O'Connor.
that lady who died, is that with the bald head,
Yep,
singer
Sinead.
lady?
Yeah, how come you only went like partial bald? How come you didn't go full Sinead?
She did. It's just been a couple of days.
You went totally bald? We can't hear you.
That's why. This is a couple days growth.
You mean you were a cue ball? You were totally bald?
Oh yeah, it was done. It was I posted it.
It must be nice and cool. I'll say that for
Oh,
sure. Eh?
it's wonderful. It's also empowering. It's liberating.
Is it?
Yes, I think for any women or any woman who decides to shave their head off, it is a sign of strength.
Well, actually, the natives say that the hair is where your energy and your power comes from. So never cut it. So you're finished. But
They said that because they didn't have any scissors. That's why they said that. If they
Is that
had
why?
scissors, there would be a different deal.
Yeah, if
I
your
need
barber
hair.
used a
Gonna
stone
help
rock,
me out.
you'd
Yeah,
want
it's
to
like that.
your
You know how you cut hair with a rock and you keep going like this to smash at this. They say, "Oh no, it's a spiritual. Hair is spiritual."
Ah, okay, I get you. Yeah, well, that makes sense. All right, everybody. Anybody have anything to say for closing or whatever? No?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Love you guys. And that's it.
Oh, love you.
Aw. That was kind of cheating because now it makes it feel like you're really sweeter than everybody else.
Thank you all. I learned so much from all of you, so thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Lee.
Thanks for showing up, and you had some great, amazing stories. Loved your
Yeah.
stories.
Well, it turned out to be a Barb Shupe show, but or it started out, but it kind of became everybody's show. But you were kind of the catalyst in some way. I mean, and so was Arla, and I mean, you can say that about myself, and all of us were kind of a catalyst to bring us all. We've all got that part in the spoke in the wheel kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Each of us individually has so much to offer, and when we come together, it's like the sum of the parts is so much bigger. Individually we are awesome, but together we are miraculous. We are amazing, and more.
Yeah, absolutely.
The wonderful group.
Lee, I was wondering, do you have stories about the dolphins? Do you think you have enough stories about the dolphins? Do you mind speak with the dolphins?
I had one instance where I did mind speak with a dolphin. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
So I know that's possible with many creatures.
Yeah. So I was going to invite you to come back on some other time, but whenever you got enough stories, you're welcome to come back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, guys, been nice seeing you all again.
Bye.
And hopefully we'll see most of you in September, and even Mr. Beans. There's always hope, right? That we can get
I go there psychically. I've been there every single year. You just haven't felt me. So tune in.
No, come on, man.
I got to tune it up. I'm there.
I want it with the taco truck, the puffy hat, the apron, the whole thing, maybe a little Mexican chihuahua dancing beside you.
Oh, get a mariachi band.
Anyway.
Love you.
Okay, guys. So on behalf of Port Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, this has been the Pork and Bean Show. Thank you to all our beautiful guests. I'm not going to say especially because there's no more especially from one person here over the other. But if I was going to say that, I would say especially Barb, because it was kind of her show today. But did that make sense? No?
Oh, my show would be nothing without all you guys.
Oh, tell us your channel, your YouTube channeling.
Me?
Yeah, you promote yourself.
Oh, just Barb. I have a YouTube channel. Google Barb Shupe, and my videos will come up. And there's a lot of good stuff there. And here pretty soon we get done with the camp out season. I'll be going through and I'll get everything edited and posted, and we'll have this new season for everybody to watch.
All right.
Alrighty.
It'll be awesome.
Alrighty.
Arla doesn't have a YouTube channel, but Brian does.
I have one. It's I just haven't used it in a long time.
She's gonna have to get me to help her, get all the cool stuff going on for her. Right, Ma?
Yeah.
All the editing and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Lee. Thanks, Barb. Thanks, Mr. Beans. Thanks, Ma. Thanks, Pa.
FOB, that means full of beans.
Yeah.
Full of beans.
Thank
So we
you
will
all.
see you.
so-
Yeah, we'll see you guys next time. And let me just quickly check and see who our next guest is before I let you go here. Our next guest is on Wednesday, August 9th. It's Marco Polo again.
Oh, good. He's got some new stuff. It's well,
Yeah.
not new stuff, a continuation of his connections.
Oh, that'll be good. That'll be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then I got to start getting down and start booking some more people. So if anybody knows anybody who would like to be a
Book 'em,
guest on our
Dano.
show,
Book 'em, Dano.
book on book. I was going to say a book on our show. You see, you get me all confused. If you want to be a guest on our show, somebody has somebody they want to recommend or whatever, just reach out to me. You can get a hold of me on Facebook, or through the show, whatever. Just let me know because I'm always looking for new people to talk to. So thanks everybody. We'll see you next time. Thanks everybody for watching. We love you all, and until next time.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Mwah, mwah,
Love you.
mwah.